this ahead, so you know, there's nobody waiting in the lobby when I'm getting started here, but this is my Voron build. You can see it's going pretty well so far. I've got all my additional polycarbonate pieces printed out to finish up this frame down here. I finished all of the electronics and stuff, and I was able to get a nice print off of the machine. We'll see if I can find that print. If not, I'll just print out another test cube. But yeah, this video is going to be basically finishing this up the rest of the way so I can throw away all the parts that are sitting around my office that are, you know, only here because of the Voron. See, I've got all these parts. I mean, my office is a real mess right now because all these random pieces for this printer are just scattered about. So yeah, we're going to finish this thing up, and we're going to be running a couple other prints on this thing, and I guess there's another printer that I need to test out here. This thing, Adventure 5X, I just finished printing that Benchy on it. So pretty cool printers. I'm just gonna let this run so you can see what I'm up to. And I don't know. The build streams have been fun so far, and I've got all the last parts to finish this up now. Except for, I guess the only remaining thing to print is this filter that goes on the back. But yeah. So actually I'll fire up the parts for that filter. I don't think it'll finish during the stream because I think it's about 12 hours of parts. But I've got these parts out now, and these are gonna go down here. And I actually really like this color. This is the Bamboo Lab polycarbonate. It's like a smoked black acrylic, polycarbonate. And I think it looks pretty good going with the frame color. It's almost a match there. So any additional parts that I print will be out of that material. Let me know what's up in the chat if everybody's having a good time. But with that all said, I think it's time to start assembling the side panels. Now, I did cheat a little bit, and I did actually assemble a couple of things off stream. This acrylic panel here has been put together, as well as this top panel. So yeah, I guess I cheated a little bit, but hopefully the rest of the panels will go on today, and we'll get our last wires tidied up, like these ones in the back. We need to finish those up and get those zip tied down. Hey Skunk Prince, thank you for the comment. Definitely part of the notification squad with how fast he gets here. Okay, and there's a couple cracked parts, like a couple of these pieces, I heard them break when I was assembling it, but it seems to be working fine right now. So maybe that's something I'll just revisit and reprint a couple of these black parts. I think these ones and the ones in the back, or maybe get some aftermarket mods and replace these with metal components. We'll see what we can do there. All right, so I guess the first thing that I want to do is get my doors installed and this back panel. Instead of just having it kind of sitting back here, we actually want that attached. I would like to do a mod where this back panel can like fold open like a door, because I think getting back access to a lot of these things will make it easier to manage. But I guess I don't need to. I should print the black parts in white? No. I'm done printing. I've done enough printing for this already. But yeah, if I do, there's the white part back there. I think I printed out a couple things in white like that. The white parts were printed out on the K1C. These black ASA parts were printed out on by a subscriber out of ASA from Polymaker, and this was printed on the K2 Plus over here. So I'm actually gonna get this started up. I have one more print job to run on here. Let's see. This, where is it? It's the P-call burner parts? No. Okay. Actually, it looks like I printed out those white pieces on the K1C. I mean on the K2 Plus. Because they're on the drive here. Let's see. Bottom. Maybe I never uploaded them. Oh no. Is this it? I think this is it. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I took out the polycarbonate. I need to put it back in there. Okay. This is the best combo. We're using Bamboo Lab filament and a Creality printer to make a Voron. Yes, this thing's nice and easy to use. Creality did a good job on this CFS. All right, so that one's all happy. And then you do need to assign the filaments here. Okay, that one's already assigned. It might need me to reassign that since I just inserted a new spool, or maybe it'll just be like, oh yeah, it must be the same stuff. We'll see about that. Okay. But that was this print, polycarbonate, print. All right, let's see some more great parts coming off of this machine. Look at that, 110C heated bed. We'll see how hot the hot end ends up getting when it's actually printing. It's probably like 260 or something, because that's polycarbonate. Requires a hot printer. Okay, and also, yeah, this thing. I have no idea why I can't get this thing to print. It just cancels the job on itself, despite me slicing it with the stuff that they specified. I ended up bricking the machine because I changed some things. It was my fault, probably. I deleted a bunch of files off of the printer. But then I had to reflash it. But let's see. Let's try helmet V. Three days. That's a long print. 3D Benchy. Whatever. Let's just print a Benchy. Let's see if we can get this thing printing. Okay. Now to the doors. We have our little latches here. These little door parts. Oh. Gohan said he can look at the X400. Okay. Yeah. That's the problem, is the start print macro isn't lining up with what it's expecting to see. So maybe I can get that opened up for you. That would be actually really helpful, because I actually did a video about how I hate that all these printers have different start print macros, and then you have to have a machine specific slicer profile, which I think kind of defeats the point of having G code, which is a universal code. Now every machine requires its own special startup script that's baked into the G code. All that should be on the machine itself, and then use normal G code, like just a start print command to get things going. All right, so let's get some Voron assembly stuff going. Put some things together here. Let me just get caught up with the comments. There we go. All right. What up, Nathan? I've been given the SV08, the Voron makeover motherboard tool. All been gutted and swapped for replacement parts. Cool. Is there any particular reason you're changing the parts out, or is it just for fun? Should probably print the black part. Yeah. Squad goals. Thanks, Skunk Prince. The Trident is 250. 250 by 250. I think by 250. So it's a pretty small one. I just wanted to build a small one because I don't know it. I have enough printers around here, and I don't really like these blind joints for a really big framed printer because when you pick that up and move it around, it's definitely gonna cause a little bit of jostling and shifting around. I feel like it's just strong enough that it can hold together a printer of this size, but when you scale it up, you probably want to use corner brackets, more similar to what you see on the rat rig designs. Um, well, come to think of it, this printer, the Thinker X400, is using blind joints as well, and it seems to be held together pretty well. But they added some additional support beams. Here, you can see it's got like a bunch of extra support beams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 extrusions all together that span the whole length of the printer. So that should be a little bit stronger than this. This only has about 8, maybe. No, this only has 4 plus 1 in the back, so 5 2020 aluminum extrusions. This one's using big 4040 aluminum extrusions. Let's see, there's 6 4040 aluminum extrusions, and then 1 up front here, which I guess is just to hold the door together. So it's a little bit sturdier, I think, of a design than what you get on the Vorons. So just scaling up the Voron design, might not be great. Yeah, it sucks about tool head disconnect issues. So the printers, just so you know, Gohan bought that SVO8 off of me at a discount because I got one of the early review units. And when they send those review units out to us, sometimes they're not, they're not the best. We are definitely the beta testers. Some people complain that when you buy a new 3D printer, you end up being a little bit of a beta tester for the company. Well, when you get an early review unit, you're even more of a beta tester. So that is that's what we're dealing with there. Okay, well, I'm gonna see if that 3D Benchy will start up. It looks like it's going just fine. The only problem is that I've got PETG loaded in the machine, and it thinks that it's going to be running a PLA print. But I can just turn the heat up and power through it. So how's everyone doing this lovely Wednesday? Yeah. Alright, good to know, Gohan. Yeah. I mean, it's they're offering a lot for the low price, including the print volume that you get. So, if anything, they were maybe a little bit too aggressive with pursuing a large size printer. Maybe they didn't make the frame stiff enough. I don't know. Yep, they definitely have to cut some corners to get it that cheap, though. Okay, let's see. I need to deburr a couple of these edges. I have at least 2 deburring tools around here somewhere. Finding one at any given time is always a struggle. Here's one of them. This is for countersinking holes. That's not what we need. Okay. So I saw, did anyone watch Modbot's Box Turtle stream? I saw that was going on when I was browsing YouTube earlier. The new digs. How are the new digs? Which digs are we talking about? The new office? This is it. It's a little small, and I've actually run out of space completely. So that's another reason why I want to finish this one up, so I can move it out of the way. Because, this Ender 5 Max and the K2 Plus is taking up a lot of space. I think Creality is going to try to take over my whole office by, you know, they're going to have a monopoly just based on their machines taking up all the space. So this guy's taking up a lot of space too. Let's see. Looks like that's getting started. I love how quiet this machine is. Can't even hear it. Gotta love those closed loop FOC motors. It's a lot quieter than the Ender 5 Max. Ender 5 Max is in loud printer territory. Okay, let's get this going. All right, gotta get organized. Hold on. Oh. Are you using a grow light pointed at the ceiling? Yes. I'll show you my lighting setup. This is my grow light. I'm using it to grow my YouTube channel. Can't reach it. Hold on. So that's what I use for like a nice broad lighting. You see it's like pointed up at the reflective thing and the white on the walls. Now everything's super evenly lit. And even these darker details are really clear on camera. The desk, this is actually my oldest desk. This one was, I did kind of a custom build. I bought this countertop from Home Depot. I think it was it was right around $200. And then I bought a frame kit from, you can get a frame kit from Fully or, who's the other one that sponsors videos? What's the one that I made a video with the desk? Trying to think of them. They're really popular on Amazon. They're really like cheap and good quality. The name will come to me. It's the sit-stand desks that all the YouTubers have. FlexiSpot, that's it. Telly watches enough YouTube to know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so you can buy a frame kit from FlexiSpot as well, and then you can bolt your own bed top to it. So that's an option if you want like a nice custom desk. This one's nice because it's like an inch thick. I think maybe it's over an inch thick of hardwood. So it's like really nice quality. And this table's been through some things. And it's still working. Okay, enough chatting. It's time to get building. Also, I should be getting some more printers in today. So I guess it's really important for me to finish up this printer so I can stuff it under my desk or give it away at a Rep Rap festival or something. Okay, how do we do this? I need my counters. No, here it is. What do you know? I found both of them at the same time. Alright, I need to throw one of these on that corner of the room and the other one over there. So that way, next time I'm looking for one, they'll be easily available. Alright, time to deburr a little bit. Has anyone else printed with polycarbonate? It's one of my favorite materials. High temperature, stiff, good temperature resistance so you can use it out in the sun or in like a hot environment. The only issue is it's kind of sticky, kind of like PETG, you know how it kind of builds up blobs on the nozzle? Polycarbonate does the same thing. So it's nice to have like a really slick nozzle with a good surface treatment on the metal so that it's nice and slippery and the blobs don't build up on it. whatever Creality's using on the K2, I feel like that's the only area that I've noticed that it could use a little upgrade. If they had some kind of diamond back nozzle or something with a better surface coating that's less sticky. But yeah, I would advocate just skipping over ABS and going straight to polycarbonate if you have the option. Alright, that's all cleaned up. I'm gonna get my my stream monitor up so I can read comments and stuff without having to on the phone. Alright, what's everyone the most excited about in terms of upcoming printers? Because I've got a couple to review. I got the Creality High, which is currently tucked away under my desk. And I've got, I should be getting a Core 1, should actually be getting here today. K2 Max? Yeah, oh, K2 Max. I don't know if that's been announced yet, but it would make sense that they would do a big version of the K2, because that thing is awesome. And I think it probably sold pretty well, because everybody was holding out for Bamboo Lab to make their larger printer, and then Creality's like, oh, by the way, we've been working on this for a year, and now we're going to launch it before you. Just wanted to see 5 Max reviews, and you had the only one for a long time? Yeah, the 5 Max is pretty cool. One issue that I'm having with it is Creality Slicer. Creality Print, I guess, is what it's called. They didn't upload the Ender 5 Max print profiles to the Mac version of Creality Print. So I haven't been able to slice files on this computer because it has the mark of the, you know, the Apple. I have to install Creality Print on my Windows laptop to be able to get that to work. But, you know, they assure me that it should be coming to this eventually, but that's just kind of how Creality Slicer development goes. It's not the most organized. I feel like that's one area where Bamboo Lab does a really good job, and Prusa also does a really good job that Creality needs to catch up on. Just like version control and making sure all of that is printed correctly. Blank, did you redact that message, or did Google realize it was wrong speak? And its atheism filter decided to remove any mentions of, you know, deities that you may or may not want to agree with. Oh, you did? Okay. I also have this little sticker. Anybody recognize that guy? Alright, time to pull up the stream on my computer. Oops. Does Orca not work? I think Orca would work if you set it up correctly, but I haven't. So basically, it's the same issue I have with all these new printers. They require specific startup G codes in order to print properly. So, like, it needs that string of the start G code in the slicer. And if you don't have that right, then it runs into all sorts of weird issues. Okay, let's get these. I feel like I should put the front doors on after I get the bottom skirt pieces put on. So let's do the bottom first. I gotta flip this up on its side or on its back. Oh, there it is. Here's the one print I made on this machine so far. Looks pretty good. The one thing that they do on these LDO kits is they use really nice, or I don't know if they're like super high quality or if they're just like not terrible like a lot of other printers use. But the linear rails are pretty good, so they're nice and smooth. That lets them get finer resolution without it getting bumped around by all the grit inside of them. You don't have to clean them, they just come really nicely prepared and you put it together and it works. Okay, so let's get these little skirt pieces added on. I'm guessing this goes on over here. Yeah. Just like that. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this one maybe goes here. This one I think goes here. Then I need to get some nuts. But yeah, my office is never clean under the best circumstances, and with this unfinished project, it's like an absolute mess. Okay. You gotta get these rolling nuts. Your CF video scared me to print anything CF? Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, it's a fine material as long as you're not like coming into contact with it regularly. So if you print like a handle or like a snorkel or something, you don't want to use something like that. But yeah, it's not like a general purpose material, is what I would say about that. If you need to use it, then use it. Like if your project requires the stiffness that only carbon fiber is able to give you, then sure, go for it. But if not, just go with something less expensive and safer. Okay, got that, and we'll get some screws. Alright, the K2 Plus is printing away, so is the X400. So I clearly have some issue with the way my slicer is set up. It's not able to run the G-code that I sliced for it. Someone is claiming they're 99% meat, 1% microplastic. You know, that's a pretty good ratio these days. The microplastics in my brain make me smarter. Seeing a couple of videos popping up saying adding carbon fiber makes the original material weaker. So, it can. It definitely can make the material weaker. The point of adding carbon fiber is to make a material stiffer. Sometimes that can make the material stronger, other times it can make it weaker. Another way to think of it is think about how well the carbon fiber itself, like the actual little fibers, adhere to the plastic. Does it stick to the plastic better or worse than if that material was just replaced with more plastic? Right? Think about it. So you can imagine if the plastic doesn't stick to the carbon fiber at all, then it's basically going to act like a bunch of microscopic holes in your part, which are just like areas for the failure to begin, and just there's less material to carry the weight. So, you know, the truth is that carbon fiber sticks to parts somewhat well, but not very well. And that's why they make carbon fibers so small. You know, fibers are basically, they're microscopically thin, and that allows them to increase the surface area to cross-sectional area ratio. So you imagine you have a bar of carbon fiber like this big. When that's embedded in plastic, and you try to pull it apart, it's going to load that carbon fiber inside of it. Like when you try and pull it apart, it's going to need to break that carbon fiber, or it's going to need to break the bond that it has with the plastic and pull it out of the carbon fiber. But if you make it smaller, then basically the surface area of the outside of the fiber, actually I don't know, maybe the ratio holds. I don't think it does. I'd have to do some whiteboard math, and I don't think we're at that point in the stream yet. We gotta keep people entertained before we get into the whole whiteboard situation. But let's get these extra screws added in. Yeah, carbon fiber core filaments are supposed to be better. I mean, do you really need carbon fibers? You should ask yourself if you really need carbon fibers. And if you're being honest with yourself, the answer is usually no. The Prusa Core 1 and the MK4 use some PCCF, so it's polycarbonate reinforced with carbon fiber, in the parts of the machine. And in those applications it makes sense because you have like a specific engineering objective. Like it needs to survive inside of a heated chamber. So it needs that extra stiffness and thermal, it needs to stand up to those higher temperatures. But if you're just printing random like toys out, there's no reason to make those out of carbon fiber. Someone asked, what's my thoughts on carbon fibers versus glass fibers? I made a video that shows them, the carbon fibers and the glass fibers, kind of in the same video. And the glass fibers are larger, so that means they're like a little safer. But I still don't think it's necessary. I would avoid both unless you actually need them. Now, interestingly, in aerospace, sometimes you'll choose to use carbon fiber versus glass fiber based on a ton of different requirements, one of which is corrosion resistance. So if carbon fiber is in contact with other metals, like carbon fiber touching aluminum, is kind of a bad combo. It'll cause corrosion if it's exposed to like salt and salt water and stuff. So yeah, there's yet another reason to not use carbon fiber. So oftentimes you'll use titanium shims, titanium and fiberglass shims, to be like kind of a buffer material between carbon fiber and aluminum parts. Okay, let's see. Make sure I'm putting this together right. I think this is right. Oh, wait, what? So these... I put this on backwards. This goes on over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. Voron's are a 3-star printer for a 2-star price with the benefit of maintainability. All right, are we how many stars is like a full score? Are we talking 2 out of 5 stars or 2 out of 3 stars? Or maybe out of 10? Voron builds are fun if you're into that thing. Yeah. I personally hate Voron builds, so that's why I'm doing a live stream to kind of cut through the monotony of it a little bit. Because there's a lot of monotonous tasks, like doing slicer things and looking for fasteners and installing 3D printed parts. Okay. Alright. We'll get these bolted in here. I don't know what the reason is for there being such a large Voron Builds live stream community on YouTube. I think it's pretty fascinating. Like, nobody does live streams where they're just working with their regular printers. Like, nobody's like, hey, I'm working on my Ender 3, come join me and watch me build it. Or like, hey, I'm doing a multicolor print on my new 3D printer. Check it out. So why is that? Why are people so interested in these Voron thingies? I'm gonna be a little more active in checking the comments too, because I know I've been neglectful in past streams. Warp prevention for nylon is great. Only place I've found it useful. Also looks good. Yeah, so carbon fiber reinforcement makes a lot of sense with nylon. Nylon is like one of the most commonly reinforced materials because it's super strong. It's a super strong material that isn't super stiff. So what does that mean? Basically, like if you print out a part and you try to break it, like you put it in a hydraulic press or something and you're trying to pull it apart. Well, nylon's super strong, but it'll stretch. It'll stretch until it breaks, and then, you know, it'll carry a ton of load up until that point. So adding the carbon fiber stiffens it up, which I think actually makes it stronger. Nylon's one of the few cases where it actually improves the tensile strength. I think also with epoxy, adding reinforcement is pretty good. Not everyone is an engineer or having tech skills. It's easier to follow a video than reading. Yeah, that's true. Would anyone want to read a book about someone building a Voron? Maybe I can publish an action thriller novel of someone building a Voron in their basement. You could just read along. It'd be very exciting. Vorons are nice once you put a tube on them, says Zombie Hedgehog. Is that a fact? Have you done such a thing? Also, welcome, Zombie. Send me the Voron in there. I'm into that thing. How's the quad polar printer coming along? Ivan Joel's asking about my custom printer that I built like last year. I haven't been able to do much development on it yet. I moved and there's not enough space in this office to really work on it. So that's been kind of an unfortunate situation. I really should spend some more time on that printer because it was a lot of fun. And I think, you know, it shows off a lot of cool things that are possible with 3D printing. And it's a little more unique than the typical 3D printer review type content. Has anyone seen Winter Garden? Or also Ivan Miranda. He does those marble machines, the marble clocks. The Tube Trident. I think I built that in the time you have been putting this together. Yeah. I'll have to check it out. It's definitely something I'd be interested in. I just have to building this first. But maybe I'd be more interested in putting a tube on this Ender 5 Max. That could be pretty awesome. That's a 400 millimeters cubed build area. All right. Okay, these are all. Oh, that one needs to be tightened up. So once I finish this, do I have to bring it to a rep festival or something? I feel like that's a big part of the Voron experience. You have to like take it to a car show equivalent. It's like a dude thing. CNC seems useful. Uh-oh. Wait, I gotta make sure my phone's happy. I think it's all good. For some reason it's not, it's buffering on my stream preview. Plasma CNC seems useful. Yeah, I mean plasma CNCs have been around for a long time. Okay, so this is all put together. This looks good, if you ask me. So I think it's on to the next thing. This is all good. We got all of our skirts on, except the one in the back. That one's not installed yet. I wonder if I've actually printed it. Maybe it's being printed right now. Oh dear. I forgot to inform this printer that it's printing PETG instead of PLA, so that's not working out very well. But at least the printer started up, so that like particular file must have the right G code. So maybe I'll have to look into that. Okay, so this is all good. But yeah, that's, you know, printing PETG at PLA temperatures, that's typically what happens there. If you haven't done that yourself, I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, there has to be like a shroud that goes over the screen. I haven't printed out anything for that. Like, you know, this whole situation. It's like there's a ribbon cable sticking out the side. I bet there's like a thing that goes over the top. Although I'm not even sure how that would attach to the frame. Okay, so we have our little skirt on. Now we need to put the doors and tidy up these wires in the back. And I'll actually install my LED lights up top as well. Give me something to do here. Because once I finish this job, I'm going to throw away all the spare parts that I have because it's just taking up way too much. Ooh, it's taking up way too much space here. All right, so these are the LED strips they provide. These get mounted up in the top here. So I'm going to get that all set up when we have access. Oh. See, I need something like this, but this is the wrong shape. Also, here's a spool holder, which I'll attach somewhere, I guess. And then we need to do the front door and attach the back panel and get those wires tidied up. So that's our goal for today. I'm hoping we can get it done. All right. I had a bunch of these ASA parts for the light. Maybe someone in the comments can help me out. I think this is what holds the lights in place. Is this it? Like this goes through right here. Does that make sense? Or do I just peel off the sticker back and like stick it to the aluminum frame? Like I could just stick them up there and that would maybe work. Although once you start running the enclosure temperatures a little higher, I'd be worried about them drooping down. Are these the LDO printed parts? I don't know. That's why I have the experts in the chat to tell me. I thought it was a long bar. Looks like it, but which light area? Tool header chassis. I don't know if the adhesive is rated. Zombies never added lights. Well, I don't have to add lights. And I feel like it's something that would be easy to do later if I felt like it needed it. I wish this was like a solid PCB instead of this flexible thing. Like a solid PCB, you just stick up there. That'd be pretty nice. So I'll leave those down there for now. If someone gives me some advice on how to install those, then I could do it. I mean, I have like 20 of these little pieces that look like they're for holding the light up. So I assume that's what they're for. But you can never be too sure of these things. Okay, the other thing that I'll need are these little zip tie cable holders. I assume these go in the back here, so I'll get them all attached. These are kind of designed like T-slot nuts. You just twist them in place and they are held in by friction. And then once you zip tie them, that'll prevent them from rotating because the cables will kind of hold them straight. I think 3 of these on each side will be good. Ooh. I was missing this part earlier, and I think I did something sketchy without it. Okay, we're gonna put that up here for later use. Okay, I need one more of those. There we go. Okay, one. Okay, that's all good. I guess I'll use, kind of want to use 4 on each side, so gotta find one more of these little cables. Here's my extra Voron Revo nozzle. But how are these supposed to be held in place on anything? Like, it's just got these little guides. I mean, do they clip in here? No, they don't. They don't clip in. They're kind of guided to stay in the slots, but there's no clips on there. I feel like that'd be pretty cool if they just clipped in. But there's no way to fasten those by the look of it, unless I put some double-sided tape up there to stick everything together. So that might be what we have to do there. Okay, so let's get that one, move it down. And I'm actually going to turn this around because it'll be easier to see everything and access it. There we go. Alright, so this one, go down here. So, got it there. Make sure my spacing is even, somewhat. All right. Lurk mode. The only thing missing from Voron builds is a distinct lack of Haribo gummy bears. That's true. I will say the Prusa build experience is much nicer. I put together MMU3, and it was a very pleasant experience because everything was extremely well documented and not extensively long. I feel like some of these steps for the Voron build are very tedious and or not well documented. Part of the reason is that they have to support so many different versions of the hardware, versus at Prusa they have one version of the hardware that gets released, and then you know, the instructions get to be a little simpler. Oh, hold on. I have these. Pretty sure this goes with the kit. Now these just get inserted like this. Yeah, okay. It's, this is a little odd. So it doesn't make perfect sense to me that you would use these for these like little channel covers. Unless you hid the wires underneath them. That could be pretty nice. Hold on. I think that's what we're going to do here. So I just need to cut some of these out. Get my zip ties and cut those to length. Alright, so we'll zip tie this. And stuff this into the channel. And then add another zip tie up top. Okay. Well, one thing's for sure, watching someone build a Voron is a lot cheaper and funner than actually building a Voron. So you guys in the stream have the right idea. However, if you do want to pick one up, something affiliate codes. Okay. We'll see if this works. There we go, that's pretty nice. And then that's good. All done there. Let's do the other side. All right. Okay, so this one should be a little bit simpler. And you get some zip ties, you can do the same thing. I think the main reason you would want to build a Voron, or that makes sense to build a Voron, is if you are looking for inspiration in how to make 3D printed parts. Because there's a lot of clever stuff here that you can learn from. Like these little zip tie holders, they're very clever. I might actually use them on other projects. You can literally print out the same files that are on the Voron repo and use them in your own projects. So. Okay, and we'll tie this one in. And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like I'm not adding the lights to this printer. Just because I don't know what to do. Lack of knowledge and or experience. If you wanted lights, you know, you could add them. But I don't want to tape them up there and have them fall off. That seems like a poor use of resources. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, some of these parts are like bent. I can see they're not perfectly straight. Like I printed them and then for some reason it didn't match up with how everything else is supposed to be. So they're like, this part isn't perfectly straight, like it's thinner here and it's wider out here, so I had to flare out to fit this extrusion in the middle, which makes me think that this wasn't printed to perfect tolerances. But it looks like it's working, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much. Okay, let's do this little track here. The clip you showed is bugged. Check a remix on printables from Scott's 3D. That one worked great for me. Which clip? This one? I wonder if that's what you mean. Okay, that's all good. Okay, yeah, you're saying... Alright, I'll look it up. Scots. Maybe that's something else I can print out. LED bar clips. Ah. So I think this is what people are referring to, this this kind of thing. I guess that's pretty nice because it's like blinders that keep the light from going forward. It gives you a nice little matte box effect. So I guess you would just stack all these on top of each other to come up with that. And they should probably clip directly into the thing instead of requiring extra tape or fasteners. Okay. Something to think about. Okay, next step. I'm missing a back panel here. This little piece in the middle. I think that's printing right now. Check on it. Yeah, I think that's printing right now. Okay, time for the back panel. I wanted to wait to get all my wires tidied up back here before I put the back panel on. Now I think we're ready for that. All those are in here. Okay. So we've got these little things. I only have 2 of these corner pieces. I think the next 2 are being printed right now, just so I had the plates split up. Okay, but 2 will be enough to hold this in place. And then I can add the rest later. 9 of these all together. So 3 more, 6 more. 3 times 2. And then I also have some handles that need to go on somewhere. We'll figure that out later. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, let's get those attached. You also need to put tape around the perimeter here to form a nice seal. All right, where did my tape go? There it is. And then, yeah, there's just an endless to-do list to get this thing finished. All right, 3 sides down, 1 to go. I'm also thinking about putting some tape on the middle part, so if the panel ever gets pushed on the back, it's not going to scratch up against this metal piece. Hopefully there's enough extra tape for that. put a strip on the back here. Now, I'm going to flip it back on and do the front door. All right. Alright, more interested in the happy ending than the final touches. Oh, yikes. I hope there's no innuendos in there. Make sure you mirror them the right way. Okay. I'm probably not going to get around to that today. Okay, Eric in SF doesn't know what I'm talking about. He's never even heard the word innuendo before. So, who else is streaming right now? Is Pezlo's live? Or do you not... Are you able to go into chats while you're also streaming? That'd be some serious multitasking. Now, if my Core 1 gets here while I'm streaming, should I switch over to do a Core 1 unboxing live stream? Or nah? Would that confuse everyone a little too much? Open all the tabs, talk in all the places. Or you can just have an AI bot chat for you. Just train it to say Pezla's things. Make a new live stream? You don't want to mix Voron and Prusa? Oh, okay. Why not? Is that like some kind of cardinal sin? Yes. Even in their one of their first blog posts, they say they got a lot of inspiration from the Voron team, and probably VZBot. VZBot is a little more higher performance. But they did completely redo all of the linear motion components, like they didn't use any of the same stuff, except maybe the bearings for the Core XY stage. But like, instead of using linear rails, they used rods, which is like the lower cost option. Okay. These rolling nuts need to be put in a certain orientation, at least for these bottom and top ones, just the way that everything's butted together. Good to know. And then Then we will get this. I think the hole goes in the top. Yeah, we'll have a scratched up side on the back of the machine because nobody will see it that way. All right. Encore stream. I kind of like chaos though, so if somebody watches this and then all of a sudden it becomes a Prusa unboxing, they might be like, whoa. Now that's what I tune into Nathan Builds Robots for. You never know what you're gonna get. Oh. Alright. Huh. So there's no spot to do a central one of these up here. You need probably, I guess you just skip this one altogether. So I'll take this roll nut out. Unless you do one on each side. Maybe I'll just leave it in up there. And that'll be a little Easter egg for the future. Okay, so back panel. I'm still waiting on a couple of these clips to get it fully clipped in, but it's good enough for now. Let's do the front. Little door panels in place. Okay, so my two door panels are right here. And then I need to attach all of the little hinges. These are little print-in-place hinges. I think they go on, oh, like that? No, that can't be right. Like this? No. They go on like this? Yeah, maybe. I think they go on like this. Okay, so we're gonna need 6 of these, so we need 6 roll-in nuts for the hinges, and then probably a couple more for the little magnet pieces that go on the top and bottom to help hold everything closed. Good. Now is this gonna work? No, that won't work. Because the rolling nuts stick off to the side too much, so do I need to switch over to the T-nuts? I think I do. Let me check my the status. Ah, yes. Hold on, one sec. I gotta go get a package. I wonder what it could be. I'm gonna go pick that up. It's literally just down the hallway from me, so I'll be able to grab that and be back in like 30 seconds. I know you guys have ADHD, and as soon as the stream appears to be doing something different, you're like, ah. Zombie says the chat is mine now. I don't know why having a stream on with someone building it makes it easier for me to also build stuff. It's called social facilitation, is the psychology term for it. You see, when you see other people doing work, you're like, hey, I can do work too. Look at that. It's not so hard. So certain tasks are easier when other people are doing the same thing around you. It's like going to the gym. Everybody's working out. Nobody wants to lift weights at home, but once you see everyone else, or like if you're going on a group run or something. However, there's some tasks that have reverse social facilitation. I think it's called like social. This would be a great question for Google or ChatGPT, but it's like social inhibition or something, where like doing it in a group setting actually makes it less likely for you to get the task done. Like sitting down and I don't know. There's a whole science behind it that's been studied by psychologists. I am not a psychologist, and I don't play one on YouTube either. Or psychiatrists, I don't know. Whatever those people that study the brain are. Okay, let me go get my box that's in the other room. I think you'll find it very exciting. I don't know how they fit the whole Core 1 inside of this box. It's pretty compact. Let's see. What do we have here? It's just filament. It's nice filament, but filament nonetheless. I've been thinking about a Core 1. I don't have an enclosed printer yet. Well, we'll see how the Core 1 performs. I think it's going to be pretty good. I mean, based on everything that Prusa has made before, and, Core XY design is kind of a tried and true concept at this point. It seems pretty cleverly put together with some nice touches. You haven't quite sold me on the K2 Plus? Okay. Yeah. K2 Plus is pretty sweet. This is, let me show you what's going on in there. We'll take a look. So this is what I mean by polycarbonate has these little blobs. Let's see if you can see it. You see that right there? That little blob. I don't like that. Oh man, I shouldn't open the door because that's letting a lot of heat out. So, yeah, that blob isn't looking great. So instead of having it keep going, I'll just cancel that part before it becomes an issue. It might print just fine, but at this point, I'd rather be safe than sorry. And so yeah, you just tap this little cancel button. We'll tell it to exclude that part. Yep, and then it just disappears plate. So it's not going to perform any G-code actions that are related to that part now. There's also a piece in the back that has like a little string attached to it. Not sure what's going on there, but I'll just cancel that and print it out on its own separate print job. I don't know if it's going to be an issue, but on a big tray like this, if anything is even looking slightly off, I just cancel it, because there's no point in putting all your other parts at risk just because like one little piece needs to get done. Oh, I'm not using anything to dry it. Do I need to dry this stuff out, polycarbonate? That could explain a lot. If only I had a zombie-tuned profile or something. But I don't know who makes a zombie-tuned profile for that. Alright, so next steps. Let's get this thing put together. I need to switch these out for T-nuts instead of roll-in nuts. They're around here somewhere. I just saw them the other day. I definitely saw them the other day. I think I have some spares, so it's not the end of the world if I can't find them, but let me check my, let me check back here. Let's see. Oh. Oh, here they are. These T Hammerhead 2020 nuts. T-nuts. Alright, we need 6 of these. Just the way these parts are designed, there's not enough clearance for the roll-ins, so we gotta go with these. So I'm curious what you guys think. If Prusa was to move part of their production over to the US, which it appears they're doing, would you be more or less likely to buy a Prusa printer if it was made in the USA? Quick polling of the audience. Let's see what you guys think. Does that matter, or do you just want, you know, I don't trust US production, says the guy who builds printers in the US. You're a Voron builder now, lots of things to learn. They're still working on their main factory. What are you talking about? What are they working on? It seems like they're building printers. IL says probably more, or LL, or maybe it's 2 in Roman numerals. Alright, so it looks like going like this, and then we twist it, and that should help. So we put that in, twist. There we go. So I probably want to put this as high up as possible, but that's the basic process we'll do for all 6 of these. Okay, Zombie says, I'm pretty sure they have more than the Core 1 coming. Oh, yikes. Pezla's paid $78 for 3 spools of Prusament. Jeez. Is that in Canada or in the US? I would think assembled in the US would be fair. I mean, that's how a lot of things that are made in the US are. They're assembled here. So, it's like like cars and planes and stuff, they'll have a lot of the parts made overseas, but then they do the final assembly in the U.S. and that counts, and that produces enough jobs for the government to be able to, you know, be like, yay, our tariffs are working. No way they would move part manufacturing here with the current market. Well, they probably are going to run a print farm here, wouldn't you think? So they're going to be manufacturing some parts, and they make the filament in the U.S. already. Pezles is Canadian. Oh, dang. That free filament is not so free. See, in the U.S. we have something called de minimis, so anything under $800 is not tariffed. Yeah, I thought Zombie was Canadian, so no offense. Nothing wrong with being Canadian. Ah, yes. I haven't been to Maine. Is it worth going to Maine? Is Zombie gonna advocate for his hometown? Or is he gonna tell you to steer clear? If you like trees, all right. Well, I'm from the Northwest, so I have had trees in my life. A lot of evergreens. Blueberries and maple syrup and LL Bean. That's not bad. And lobster. That's right, you hear a lot about Maine lobster. I learned about something that I thought was really interesting. There was an event in history called the Lobster Rebellion. Have you heard of this? The Lobster Rebellion? Zombie would take me hiking. We could do an IRL stream. Okay. So apparently lobster used to be a fertilizer and or fed to prisoners. So it wasn't like a high class food like it is today. Somehow they rebranded and now lobster's cool. Also, hold on, let me plug in my phone so it doesn't die. I think it's fine, but just want to be extra cautious. Just make sure we got the whole build documented. Okay, we've got the phone plugged in. Lobster was not high class when, oh, hold on. I'll read that in a second. Let me put a couple more of these in. We've got lots to do. I still have a feeling I'm putting this in backwards somehow, but if that's the case, then we'll fix it when we get to the, once we start having problems. What the? That's backwards somehow. Ah, this is backwards too. I'm messing this up. There we go. On the top. Oh man, I got like all of these backwards the first try. And I don't even know if I'm getting it right this time, but I'm just giving myself the benefit of the doubt that I understand how this is going to go together. Which may or may not be a good idea. Okay, there we go. Is anyone excited about the Sovol SV08 Mini? Alright, let me just make sure these are roughly the same height, because once I glue this panel onto these little clips, we're pretty much stuck there. I guess I can unglue them if I need to for some reason, but we'll try and get this somewhat right to begin with. Move this one up a tiny bit. Okay. So that's all good. So the way I think this is supposed to go is these panels get glued in on the inside here. Oh, yeah, I need to scooch these together a little more. But they get glued in underneath, and then when you open it up, it opens like this. And when you close it, it seals against some tape here. Pretty good design work by the Voron team. That makes sure the front door seals. Okay. Now they call it stealing. My mom worked at the cannery and got tons of shrimp, crab, lobster for free to take home in the 60s. That's pretty cool. And they're like finding an intern to finish your Voron, huh? Well, if there was a a rep rap festival around the corner. Maybe I'd just bring it and have someone else finish it, and then I could like give it to them at the end. I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually gonna keep this printer, but yeah, we'll have to see about that. It might be one of those things that once you finish it, you're like, I have to keep it because you've invested so much time into it. You don't want to get rid of it. Oh, shoot. Okay, so these have to move down a little bit. Alright, that's that. And then, let's see. Looks good. I don't know if having 3 of these is the right number, but that's what I'm going with. And then, when that's attached here, and this is attached here, it closes up. Should kind of seal up pretty nice, mostly. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So now it's VHB time. Very high bond. Tape. I think this is what I use. So I'm just going to cut off little pieces here. Oof, and now I actually don't know if this stuff sticks to polycarbonate. 3M's got some pretty magical tape though, so there's a chance that it could work. Now, for those of you who don't know, tape is called, in the industry, it's called pressure-sensitive adhesive tape. What does pressure-sensitive adhesive mean? I have a 15-year-old 3M tape that still sticks. Yeah, they have some magical stuff in here. They use it to attach trim to cars, and you know that stuff's out in the open air. Gets hit with sun, gets heated up in the sunlight to over 100 degrees, gets frozen, and it still just sticks on there with very few issues. However, you can have issues if it's not assembled properly at the factory. What do I mean by that? This is called pressure-sensitive adhesive because it sticks better depending on how hard you press it. So you need pressure for the adhesive to work. If you've ever noticed, if you just lightly put a sticker on and then you pull it off, just like I repositioned this piece of tape, I didn't really press down on it. It's easier to remove than if you really squish down on it. So a common thing that can happen with things that are taped together is if you don't squish it down enough, then it doesn't bond very well, and then it comes off. So you end up with quality issues. Quality control needs to get involved and make sure everyone's, pressing their tape down appropriately. One way to do this is to use a roller. So just like a rolling pin, a roller puts a little line of pressure over the object that you're rolling it against. This little screwdriver is a ratcheting screwdriver, so it'll roll like a rolling pin over the top here, and that will make sure that I'm applying pressure over the entire surface of the tape. So rollers are like an essential part of using tape. This will give it the best chance of sticking. You can also make sure, just like go through by hand and make sure you push down every square millimeter with a good amount of force, but a roller is the proper way to do this. Okay, somehow I still messed that up, but good enough. Now I'm going to trim off the little corners here so that nothing shows through, and I have my doors closed. That's the other nice thing about building your own printer, is you get to spend as much attention to detail as you want. Like you can make sure that all of your little, all the little assembly steps are followed properly. Okay, now let's peel off this little sticker back. Ah, that's annoying. Maybe I'll use this. All right. Okay, all that's peeled back. Time to install my panels. So first thing I'll do is make sure everything's all lined up. And to like fasten these in place in the right spot, maybe tape them up. Okay, it's tape time. Let me get caught up on your lovely comments from my loyal fans here. Cell phones hands-free kits. Okay, yeah. It needs antennas for hands-free kits? That's odd. Okay, so, alright. What I'm going to do here is make sure all of these door panels are in the right spot, and then I'm going to close the hinge onto it to stick it in place. I should probably put the this tape on first. I think it's the thinner tape that goes on the front, or is it the thicker tape? Let's see. You know what, I'm just gonna stick this on and see what happens. Okay, so this one's on there. Okay, that wasn't great. But I guess I can just loosen all these up and shift it down a little bit. I'm going to actually move this one up so that it's flush with the bottom of the acrylic. Okay. Then we'll get our other panel. Uh-oh. That didn't turn out great. Hold on. Unstick. Okay, so our bottom is locked in. I think I need to move this up a little bit. Oh crap. I think this is fine. I sound okay with it, right? I'm just gonna move this up so that it's lined up with that hinge. Make it look a little more symmetric. There we go. Now that everything is... Yeesh. Well, it's not much adjustment I can do now. So everything's stuck in place. It seems to be okay. Hopefully that holds up over time. I think I need to drop the right side down a little bit. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of float left in these hinges, so that's going to allow me to get some fine adjustments done. Yeah, that's just fine. Now if one's closed, the other one can close. Yeah, they're just like making a nice seam in the middle. They're kind of touching, but I think that's okay because if that's not touching or very close, then, you know, air's going to be able to leak out. So it's really close, but it allows the other one to still close. I think I'm good with that. Maybe I'll scooch this one back a little bit. Yeah, there we go. That's nice. They're just like barely touching, so I'm happy with that. Now I'm going to go ahead and squish that tape down so that it forms a strong bond. Okay, and let's get rid of that. Cool. I like it. One thing that's a little funny is I think the tool head can actually bump into the front panel. There might be like a zero clearance. Oh wow, it's just extremely close. I think once I put the tape in, it might not be able to, but it's like very close up there. That's pretty nice though. All right, let's get our magnets installed on these two so that it it closes securely. And also we'll get our tape. No wait, not this one. This is some great tape though. I'll probably just keep this around my lab for when I need it. I think it's the thin tape that goes on the front. Use some slightly thicker tape around the edges here. But on the front, it's all, I believe, the thin tape. So let me find my thin tape again. Duct tape them to keep them in place. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't duct tape it, but that's fine. We're doing all right. Now, do I use the 3 or 4 millimeter tape or the 2 millimeter tape, the really thin stuff? I think it'll be obvious if I just fit some up here and see what it looks like when I close the door. It definitely feels like it's more of a 2 millimeter tape kind of clearance. Okay. I'm still figuring this out, by the way. I don't know what I'm supposed to use to get my magnets. I know there's some little spots for magnets here, so this is part of the system. I imagine it's going to be, you're going to tuck a magnet in here and then bond it to the door like this, and then when it closes, there'll be something back there to like magnet up against. So I'm not sure what piece I need to do that. Here's a bunch of magnets. Now, when you're pressing magnets in, a lot of times you can use press strips, and that'll hold them in securely enough. And the best thing to use is an arbor press. It's like this tool that like it's got a little head that moves up and down, kind of like a drill press, but it's like built to be super beefy, and it keeps everything moving in the same direction. I don't have one of those, so I have like a lower cost version of that. Oh. I found some parts on the floor. Okay, these are probably for the back panel. I'll get those put in. And then this looks like the magnet mounts. So those get attached up top here. These came out like crap though, so I think I'm reprinting those. Maybe I already did. Yeah, these are them. It's like that. I'll clean them up, get my magnets pressed into there, and we'll be good to go. Okay, now for my magnet press, I have a specific method that I use. It's very scientific and professional. I just have to find my special purpose-built tool for the job. You can use a C-clamp, or you can use some Knipex pliers. I have some pliers wrenches that are much better at this because the jaws stay parallel when you're squeezing them in, but I think I'll be able to get the job done with these. The bonus of this system is that these pliers are magnetic, so they get held in place, and then I just line it up and press them in. Ta-da! And with these, the polarity matters, so you're going to want to spend a little bit of time thinking about which side is positive and which side's negative and how you're going to align everything. So I think this gets bonded in here, like so. No. Like this. Alright, and then I have to clean up these parts. The magnets get pressed into these little holes, but they're closed off right now because of the brim settings when I printed these. So this is a good use for my countersinking tool. That'll get in there and clean those out real nice. Okay, that's good. And then I'll follow it up with the standard deburring tool. And alright, that's all good. And now I'm going to get magnets pressed into this as well. But first I'm going to, make sure everything's all the right polarity and aligned and all good. So let me just check my battery here. We're at 21% on the cellular phone. I think that's enough. You like the silver color? It says bearded printer. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I like the color of these aluminum extrusions as well. It's kind of a titanium color. It's like faux titanium. Alright, so next step, we're going to get those magnets all pressed into these little guys. I'm going to make sure they're all the same polarity though. So the way I'm going to do that is I'll flip all of these right side up. They're all on the table here, you know, with the magnet being pressed down into them. And then I'm going to check this one. See, it's repelling like this, so I need to flip this over. And we'll just keep it in like that. Now, whenever I, yeah, you don't want the doors repelling themselves open whenever you try to close them. So yeah, now, you know, this stack has all of the polarity facing the same direction. And now when I grab one off the top, set it down. Oh, it was too close to the other one, so it kind of got sucked back over. But yeah, polarity is correct. I grab it just like this, keep it the same orientation, and then I'll want to press it down like that. And if you're looking for a tool to help get the press fit started, use something plastic, because if you use a metal tool, then it's going to grab the magnet and mess you up. Okay, so that's halfway pressed. Then I'll just finish the job with the pliers. Just like that. So I'll do all 4 of them. Ooh, that one went in a little too easy, but I think it'll be fine. The reason the press fit strength isn't super important is because these are going to be on the other side of the acrylic, just like this. So, you know, this is going to be pulling the door closed, but the magnet is going to be in direct contact with the acrylic if the magnet were to come loose. So it's going to be actually pulling the acrylic closed. This little guide is more or less just to hold this onto the door with some VHB. Okay, so that looks good. Let's get our magnets pressed into these little guys. Now, these ones are going to be, I think they're going to be like this, so that doesn't actually make a whole lot of sense. Okay, so maybe they get attached to the door like this. I'm not seeing how this works. Okay, so this seems to be the only way to get them attached. Then this gets VHB'd like this. Ah, okay. And then this is like a little door handle you can pull to open this thing up. Okay, so the press fit strength actually is important, which means that one that slid in a little bit too easily might cause an issue for us later. This one. Because if I were to, let's say, take a magnet, I just had all the magnets and now they're gone. Oh, where'd they go? Maybe someone in the comments can tell me. Nathan sometimes builds robots, yes. Okay. Yeah, the magnets, you might want to glue them in, says Bearded Printer. Oh no. Bugo's using a prohibited word, so his comment got deleted. I'm just kidding. No, apparently the next layer did a video about I'm not doing 3D printer reviews anymore. I mean, that's fair enough. He's pretty much done with 3D printers. I don't know if he means that literally. So, it's fair enough. I mean, it's not for everyone. This kind of beta tester life isn't, you know, it doesn't pay as well as doing this kind of work professionally. But you get a lot of flexibility with how you set up your hours and how you deal with, you know, customers and businesses that you want to work with. So, I mean, it's been a pretty big learning experience for me dealing with, like, I guess, human-facing roles. Oh no, we hurt his feelings for commenting on his sponsored video. I love how even that video has a sponsor. No, I won't change the name to Nathan Builds Printers. This is basically a robot, if you think about it. It's a machine that has actuators that you inform to print a job out. Wow. Okay. Hold on. We got to take a quick break to look at the K2 Plus. So, as you can recall, I canceled those two prints that were looking a little fishy, the one up front here and the one in the back. But everything else is looking good. That's what I've noticed with this polycarbonate material, is it's a little... once a print is going and the bed adhesion is good and there's no blob stuck to it, everything works really well and comes out nicely. But it's just on those first layers you can get some blobbage building up. And if you don't address it then it can come back to bite you later. But once everything's printing, everything turns out really nicely. So this is actually an 8-hour print job. We'll see how this all turns out later. All right, so let's get these bad boys all set up. Black polycarbonate, nice. Someone's saying they use black polycarbonate for their Voron build. Yeah, it looks good in black. But I kind of like this. I don't know, there's not a whole lot of contrast. It's a little bit too matchy with the aluminum. Like I've got this, the grays are very similar. But you know what? It's all in good fun. There's no right or wrong way to style your Voron. Okay, so let's get this going. Oh yeah, I was looking for magnets before my chat. Oh no. I just ran over the tape. It's all messed up now. Yeesh. Okay. I got blue aluminum extrusions and printed purple, yellow, and black. That sounds pretty fun. Maybe a little too colorful. Alright, so my tape got squished by my my office chair, but it's okay. We're going to run with it anyways. I think it'll be fine. There's no point in being upset about it because that's just what we're dealing with right now. Alright, so I'm going to put the tape on the frame. Have you guys heard of Gemini, the AI Google has come out with? I'm going to tell you about something that is going to save you so much time on YouTube. So Gemini, you just go to Google and it pops up as like, hey, do you want to look something up with Gemini? Do you want to use it? If you give it a YouTube video and ask it what happens in the video, it'll give you like a point-by-point description of everything that they talk about in the video. Like it's able to watch and understand a video, or at least read through the transcript and figure out what's going on. So if there's a channel that you don't particularly like watching, but you want to know what happened in one of their videos, let's say there's like a drama update on some situation, and you don't really want to watch the full half-hour length, well, you can figure out what they're talking about in about 10 seconds instead of having to waste, a half hour of your life to see what's going on. Now, of course, you would never want to use that on a Nathan Builds Robots video because, well, let's face it, this is the best, most exhilarating content on the internet, and of course you'd want to watch the full 3-hour live stream. But that's a pro tip if you want to consume more content without actually watching it. Alright, so when this closes, yeah, that provides a nice little squish there. If I used the thicker tape, it definitely wouldn't close or seal nearly as well, so I think we're on the right track here. But the other thing that you need to understand about the next layer guy, I think his name's Jonathan Levi, is he's a serial entrepreneur. I think self-described, he would consider himself that. So you can't be a serial entrepreneur and work on the same project forever. Sometimes you get a calling to do something else and you gotta do it. Alright, so there we go. That's nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Do I stick some door handles on the front here? Like, can I grab like refrigerator handles and glue them in place? I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, gotta find those magnets. The thing about magnets is you should just stick them somewhere because they're sticky. You just stick them on something and then they'll be there when you need them. My mistake was not sticking the magnets to a thing while I had the chance. Okay, time to catch up with the chat. I used to use, okay. Can we try it on yours? Oh no. You can try it if you want to. Polymorph says, I watch each stream back twice and drink whenever you mention Bamboo Fanboys. Okay, you like getting... So you're an alcoholic, I see. How long ago did you use the magnets? How can a mechanical engineer say sticky magnets? Oh, the shame. I mean, what's wrong with calling magnets sticky? They stick to things. I'd say it's an accurate description. Who cares what kind of underlying physics are causing the attraction or the stickiness? Alright, time to hunt for the magnets. Maybe I did stick them somewhere and they're just... Where did they go? Now, these are using these kind of small, flat, disc-shaped magnets. My magnets of choice are these. They're more cylindrical. These particular ones are 5 by 10, so they're 1 centimeter tall and 1/2 centimeter wide. And what I like about these is they're really strong, and you can press fit them, and they stay stuck in there for like really good. And like, you know, this is my little Among Us figure. Oh no, no need to unsub from anyone. He's just having fun, making a little drama video. Who knows if he'll quit or not. CNC Kitchen also did an I quit video. And people were upset that he didn't literally quit YouTube, and he made the title saying that. But I think he quit his day job, which, I mean, it's a big deal for him, so it's his YouTube channel, so if he wants to make a video saying that, then he has every right to. Although, it probably matters less to us than it does to him. Alright, let's see. It was an interesting video, though. I did watch it. I didn't have Gemini screen that one for me. It's kind of interesting because his engineering background is fun to hear about. It's kind of similar to what I've done in the past, albeit in a slightly different version. Okay, the magnets. Maybe I can ask Gemini where I lost the magnets. Might be able to tell me. I don't really care if they sponsored as long as they tell the truth about the product. Yeah. I mean, the issue there is that if you have a financial relationship with a company and that's dependent on you saying good things about the product and being a good little salesman, then it's going to influence what you say one way or another. It might be for political reasons or practical reasons, or maybe you just don't like the company so you don't want to praise their products anymore. You know, everybody's going to have their biases, and you just have to understand that going into the video. Just like every mainstream news media has their biases. It's basically unavoidable. Unless you're going to be like a ChatGPT robot and say both sides of an argument every time. Alright, magnets. We're not going to stop until we find the magnets. Okay. someday I'll find the magnets. When that day comes, I'll be able to do a thing. Oh. Ta-ta-ta. Alright, does anyone know where these handles go? I imagine they go on the top somewhere, but the panels are going to interfere with them no matter where I place them. So it seems like kind of an odd thing. Unless I put it on the back here. There's a spot in the back. No, not even that works. So yeah, this is just kind of weird. I think I need some kind of spacer to bridge the gap between the panels, but I don't like bolting down and clamping onto acrylic when I tighten these handles on. So we'll just leave those alone for now. Oh yeah, let me get the phone plugged in so we can get it charging again. I think I see some magnets, so I'll just try those out. After I get my phone plugged in. Here they are. Magnets. Okay, they're stuck up there now, so if I lose them, just tell me to look there. Or maybe I'll... No, that's aluminum. Can't stick it to that. Okay. Plugging the phone in, and then we're going to finish this thing right here. Okay, time to finish the job with this VHB stuff. And then I'm also worried about this magnet getting pulled out, so what I can do to test it is just use this stack of magnets, which is stronger than what it's pulling against will ever be, and see this doesn't come out. Maybe after repeated cycles, the vibrations or something will cause this to pull out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be an issue. So I think we're good to move on. I'm going to squish this one down a little bit. Okay, that's good. Alright, time to press magnets into these little guys. Now that I've found the magnets, we can get back on task. So, someone explain what box turtle is. As I understand, it's like a AMS equivalent, but in the in the Voron ecosystem. It lets you do multicolor or multi-filament. As far as I understand, it's an MMU system for clipper machines, yeah. And then they also made a new version of the print head that has a filament cutter in it. But what do I know? I just work here. Do you work on the Voron project, Bearded? I hope you haven't taken my excessive complaining as too harsh of criticism. I just like to complain as I build things. It makes me feel better about all the effort that I'm putting into it. I think honestly, I just like the pre-built printers a little bit more. Like, you know, the most I like to do, the most I want to do is like what I had with this Ender 5 Max. It took about an hour to put together. It was somewhat involved, but you know, it wasn't too bad at all. Like they pre-assembled a lot of it. Um, Now keep in mind it isn't open source. Um, there will be like a what do you call it, an enclosure kit that you can put on here, but like stock it's not enclosed. Um, but it also has enough T-slot around here to attach things to it, so I feel like you're not missing out on too much of the modability. Like, name another machine that's this size and pre-assembled with T-slot on the sides. There's not a whole lot of options out there. Um, I I guess there are options, but nothing is quite as cheap as this is for how much print volume you get. And then an hour of build time. By the end of an hour of putting that thing together, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this. Let's get to printing. Versus with the Voron, it's like by the 20-hour mark, you can start to see what things are going to end up looking like. It's just an insane amount of time. Okay, so next up, we gotta get these. So now we need these in reverse polarity, so I'm going to take this, and I take a magnet off the top, and flip it upside down, and then press it in there. And then we'll get them started with a little... I need to find a little plastic punch. This is not designed for manufacturability. Okay, this one, flip upside down, and then try and punch it in. Alright, I'm going to try a different approach here. Take this one, flip it upside down, attach to the top of this pliers, and then squeeze. Okay. This one, flip it upside down, attach to the top of the pliers, and come on. Okay. Attach to the top of the pliers. Sometimes I feel like this machine is designed to make you question your life decisions. Okay. Squeeze. Safety squints. There we go. Oh no, it cracked. Maybe I didn't completely remove the burr from the whatever. I might have not removed the brim completely. So, whoops, that's all right. Okay, so this one I made sure to remove all of that brim, and we'll see if that goes in a little easier. The other thing about polycarbonate is it's not as forgiving, like it's a much stiffer material. So whereas ABS will kind of squish apart a little bit, polycarbonate is more likely to crack. Okay, this went in a little bit better. I mean, at least it didn't crack when I put that one in. Oh well. We're gonna go with it. I can fix it later. I don't know how many Vorons like that are built with that mantra. Like, you know what, it's broken, but we'll fix it later. And then things never get fixed, and then they just break eventually over time. It's like how the old Ender 3s were built. Am I right? Okay, that's good. And then that just is a good reminder to make sure that you completely get rid of all these burrs here. It might even be good to be a little bit like overly aggressive in removing them, because the elephant's foot artifact, where the bottoms of your prints will be slightly squished out like an elephant's foot as it touches the ground, that will cause this diameter to be smaller than it should be. So if we just remove all that material. That one cracked too. I wonder if this has to do with the different rates of shrinkage of materials, because polycarbonate is printed at a higher temperature, so it's possible that as it cools down, it shrinks more than ABS will. Well, both of these cracked. So as far as I've been told, these parts, or the STLs that you get from the Voron project, are designed such that they're meant to be printed in ABS, and if you use different materials, then they shrink differently, and you end up with different dimensions. And it's ever so slight, and it doesn't matter for most parts, but anywhere where there's a press fit or a very specific kind of fit that needs to happen, it's a fraction of a millimeter different, and that's enough to cause there to be some issues. Okay. Alright, I'm going to hide these magnets down here. They're going to be down there in case I ever need them. Alright, Lost in Tech decided to join the chat. I'm going to check the updates. I told everyone about the Gemini hack for not having to watch videos. Let's see. Is the Under 5 Max a good option? Is that Prusa cap? Oh yeah, it is. Check it out. Woo! Certified Prusa shell. Woo! I even have, wait for it. I brought this into my office to wear for when I do the Core 1 review. Boom. Prusa Core 1. I hope that's not inverted. I swear the shirt is printed the right side around. So yeah, we'll throw these on when we're doing that video. You had it working, but quickly took it apart again when you realized you were coming. Nah, it's working. It's just I'm finishing up the enclosure, and then once that's all sorted out, I'm going to open things up again. We're gonna start the printer up and get this screen working, because it was upside down and not working as a clipper screen. Like, it wasn't displaying the information that I needed. So I think there's probably a very specific like screen config file that needs to get set up so that this is displaying correctly. So we'll get there. Right now I'm going to just VHB these little door magnets on. VHB all the things. Ah. Imagine if, well, I was gonna say imagine if insert company, random 3D printer company here, sent out a kit like this where you had to build everything yourself. But then I realized that Prusa kind of does that with their kit printers. However, I think they're a lot better managed in terms of giving you clear instructions. Like, I would expect someone with much less technical proficiency to be able to follow a set of Prusa instructions compared to the Voron instructions. Especially because a lot of the Voron instructions are configuration dependent. So like, if you have a different set of mods on your printer, you have to do different assembly steps. Like on this printer, I have the inverted electronics, which everybody recommends, and the beefy idlers, which again everybody recommends. So to finish this build, I had to do a lot of stuff that wasn't clearly documented. I think Voron just needs to fold those mods into the main design and just be like, you know what, if you're building a Voron, it has to have beefy idlers and it has to have mod XYZ in order to be like actually a Voron. Alright, let's get this all trimmed up. Then I want to press down on this using my little roller here. Every time I drop something, it's like, not again. Okay, so let's get this all stuck on here. Okay. Ugh, that is some sticky stuff. Nice. Oh. Lost in Tech didn't get a Core 1 hat. I got this in Prague. You gotta go to the factory. I'm sure there's an open invite for you if you want to go. It's pretty fun. I just like seeing factories because I've worked in manufacturing, so it's fun to see how everyone has their stuff set up. Especially a company like Prusa, like the way they have to do things is very typical of Western manufacturing. And there's a lot of nice little tips and tricks they use to offer their printers at a competitive price. Like you have to build things differently in the West versus China because the labor force is different. The manufacturing technology at your disposal is different. Huh. Like a good example is everything on this this Ender 5 Max and the K2 Plus is wherever it makes sense to do an aluminum casting, they do it, and they do that as well in on the Prusas. But it's one of those things where it's like so much cheaper to do that in China compared to in the U.S. or in Europe. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Alright. Yikes. Okay. I think I know it needs to get adjusted here. That's what in the world? I don't like this at all. Nope. I don't like that one bit. I would redesign the. I would definitely redesign this. Use some bigger magnets. Or do something other than that VHB tape, which, you know, in this application it's pretty loose. Like it wobbles. Unless there's a different type of tape I'm supposed to be using. This tape is like wobbly because it's like it's got so much flex baked into it. I want it to just, you know, shut all the way when I fling it. Maybe it'll help when I do the top. So am I supposed to glue a handle into the middle here? Because I feel like opening it from this top is kind of not great. Okay, Sergeant SS1 Gohan. Yes. How quickly do you think you'll get a black box put together? Do you think you can do it before a zombie finishes his? Who's building a black box? And what is a black box? You know what has a nice door? The core one. I'm looking forward to checking that out. You know what else has a nice door? The K2 Plus. Well, I don't understand why there's all these better versions of Voron stuff, and they haven't merged it into the main branch. What are they waiting for? This is fine. I mean, it gets the job done. Am I going to complain about it endlessly? Yes. Does it work okay? Yeah. The left side works better. Oh no, it's the same crap. Whatever. Good enough. Okay, so let me get this straightened out. This needs to get lined up at the top. Ah, this is looking pretty good. Zombie Hedgehog is building a black box printer. It's a water-cooled tool changer printer. Upgrade it later. Well, water-cooled foreheads, what the heck. I don't understand water cooling on 3D printers. I mean, the Bamboo Lab X1C and the Creality K2 Plus are like printers on the market. Also, Core One, we'll be getting to take a look at that too. I only don't bring it up because I haven't got mine in yet. They all use air cooling because air cooling's fine if you think about it. Just think about it, it's fine. You can either have a bunch of tubing inside of the print head, or you can just like run electric current through the cables that are already there and blast air through it. I think that there are applications where you need water cooling. If it's like 150C print bed, 90C internal chamber, then like, okay, maybe. But even then, I think the Prusa HT90 is using air cooling from the external fan. Like it's got a turbo fan that blows pressurized air into the chamber, and that runs over the air-cooled heatsink. If you saw it, you'd confirm your suspicions that the black box is overkill. Yeah. Oh, you want to see Under 5 Max electronics? I mean, it's all inside of this little thing. I didn't have to take it apart to assemble it, and it's so big and heavy. Well, it's not actually that heavy. It's just I don't have much space on my desk to work with, especially with this thing taking up a third of it. So, I mean, I just don't have the space to take it apart right now, but I could. There's definitely a possibility that I can revisit the Ender 5 Max and show you all of the boring details that I know you guys want to see, that you come to Nathan Builds Robots for. But I do show the electronics in most of the videos. I assume it's probably very similar to the Creality High, and because it's like the current generation of Creality stuff. So I would look at the electronics on that and kind of assume it's the same, but maybe it's not. It uses an AC heated bed, uses a pretty similar tool head. You know, it's got the same number of stepper motors, except the High is using 2 of the those closed loop FOC motors versus this is using traditional stepper motors, but I think they probably are using the same board just with different slots populated. But maybe not. They probably actually have different designs altogether. Creality's weird like that. They'll do like completely different board designs for similar products. But if you really think about it, they should all be pretty much the same since printers, you know, have the same required electronics set. But anyways, we've got this thing all finished up with the enclosure. It's looking pretty sweet. Let's say we fire it up and run another print. Does that sound good to everyone? Oh, I also need to put the spool holder on so I can actually feed filament into it. But then again, I can also just run an external spool. What do you guys think of my watch? Check it out. Casio's finest. It's watch time. I feel like my audience is old man enough that you guys would be interested in watches. It looks very watch-like, yes. It looks like a James Bond watch, they say. It's like got all, like it has extra gadgets on it, like or something. Okay, so this is all good. I've got an enormous box of spare parts, which I'll just kind of start consolidating in one since I'm mostly done with the build. It's actually insane the amount of spare parts I have on this thing. It makes me feel like I probably didn't finish building it and I'm just pretending. For the sake and my own sanity. This has like a fuse in it, like a surface mount fuse. Cool. Should I put these in? I think I should install these black lines. I think that would actually look pretty cool. I could try and fill in all the open extrusion with these little black things. Let's see, I think this one will actually, this can go in on the side here, and that runs the full length. Yeah, I'll go ahead and install that because if nothing else, it's a good place to store it. Since if I don't find a place to just slap it in there, I might just end up throwing them away. So I'm going to store these little the big idea here. This is so much fun. Gosh. I'm just having so much fun right now. I'm just overwhelmed. Come on. Oh my gosh, it's like freaking impossible to squeeze this in here. There we go. Oh no. This may have not been a good idea. Okay. We're still having fun here. So when I make my final Voron video, what should the title be? Something that sums up my experience with this machine. If Stockholm Syndrome was a 3D printer, central heating system, it's not a central heating system. Oh, hold on, let me plug in my laptop. I got to make sure it doesn't go down on me. I have to get to the comments. Let's see. What's our, oh, Herzelnerk is here. Welcome, Herzelnerk. Oh no, that magnet that I stuck in there is like basically permanently stuck in there. Maybe we can fish it out with a little help from our Among Us friend. Nope, that magnet is stuck. Unless I use the Among Us to apply a reverse magnetic field to that screw. And then use a long stack of these. Build up enough. Oh, there we go. That did it. I have what I would consider expert knowledge in how magnetic fields work. I've done some interesting projects with them that maybe I'll have to revisit on my YouTube channel. Okay, so, however, I'm not good at finding misplaced magnets, so I definitely have some things to work on. Okay, so we got this here. I like the inverted electronics mod though. For whoever recommended them to me, I appreciate that. Inverted electronics is definitely the way to go, because if I ever need to access anything in the bottom panel, I can just pull it out from the inside versus having to flip the whole thing upside down to start messing with it. This is actually kind of fun, this part. The customization and personalization at the end. This is probably the most fun I've had with this build so far. Just sticking these little cable channels in. These little T-slot channel covers. I like it because it's hard to mess up, and it incrementally makes the printer look more professional. Okay, I'm gonna read some comments. Okay. Sorry, I was just checking the status of my core one. Apparently it's not going to get here probably till tomorrow because I'll take off the core one hat. Apparently it's not going to get here till tomorrow because, you know, it's multiple pieces and not everything made it through customs at the same time, which is big sad. Are you Nick Shabazz now? I don't know who Nick Shabazz is, but I imagine he's a watch person. Remember when calculator watches were cool? Calculator watches are still cool, T. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll wear my calculator watch next time. Just to prove it. Alright, there we go. You can get a whole view. You get my channel logo in the back there. We're all good. Hexacorn, old man face. Very good. Have you tried Sensor Watch? Casio upgrade PCB? No, I haven't. Is that like a PCB you rehouse inside of a Casio enclosure? Could be interesting. I like this watch because it's got a 10-year battery life. One of the saddest and coolest things that I read was someone was like, I'm old now, so this will probably last me for the rest of my life. I'm not there yet, but I guess there is some comfort you can take in the fact that the watch's battery is longer than your lifespan. What did I walk into? The rabbit hole of never-ending modding. Oh, yeah, I've actually modded my watch. Some of you might notice that this isn't stock, but I won't get into that right now. I think, you know, it's kind of like 3D printers in that they're just like fun tools and tools to mess around with. So Zombie Hedgehog is about to explain why the black box is water cooled. It says to balance the heaters. Okay, whatever that means. It's not a central heating system. Go build a Voron. Well, I'm building a Voron right now. Title should be, why do I do this to myself? So for the eventual video that I make. That is an interesting one. I feel like that would sum up my live stream experience, but I feel like I want to make some commentary about, you know, what other people's experiences are with this machine as well. I don't feel like everybody hates this process of building the printer. Some people actually enjoy it. So I want to, you know, capture the essence of that a little bit. Zombie Hedgehog says that when you're doing water cooling, you use 5, instead of 5 little fans, you use 1 big fan. That would make sense if it didn't also mean that you have to run 10 tubes to all of the individual, you know, water heating elements. That doesn't sound fun. I have expert knowledge on how bad I am at following instructions. I quit building this Voron because I finished it. Ooh, gotta hit him with the clickbait. Doesn't seem like a good justification for water cooling. Okay, Lost in Tech is still badgering the hedgehog. It makes the cold end smaller at least, probably. You can actually make a very compact setup. So like with air cooling, usually you're looking at the size of the fan being the determining factor with how far away the hot end has to be from where the filament goes in. You can technically shrink that down to like 2 or 3 millimeters if you're using conductive cooling to pull heat out of that region. Does that mean it pulls all out of on a tray? I don't know what you mean, Gohan. I'm probably behind at this point on what that conversation was. Out of date noodles episode. You should. Oh, you know what? If you had different materials in the different hot ends, then maybe you need to run the fans at different speeds. Should start another channel called Nathan Plays with Magnets. Once I bought some 1-inch cubed neodymium magnets, and I was just playing with them, and I brought them close together, and they just like snapped together and shot sparks out. So when you get really big neodymium magnets, they're a little scary. but there's a lot of fun stuff you can do with them. But yeah, that's definitely, if you're handling those type of magnets, you definitely want to be wearing, um, safety glasses. There is one nice thing about the magnets shooting off tiny, sharp, razor-sharp magnetic shards, is that they're magnetic, so you get out of your eyeball with another magnet. In a surgical setting, but them being magnetic can actually help the surgeons out a little bit, because they'll go in there with a magnet and a scalpel and just pop them out. But they also have like little dust particles too, which probably wouldn't be pulled out very easily. So you're always going to have some stuff stuck in there. And then if you have to get an MRI or something, your eyeballs will be heating up, which doesn't sound like a pleasant experience. Well, enough about that. Let's talk about something a little more pleasant. Maybe you could get water-cooled eyeballs for your MRI experiences. A zombie hedgehog and Lost in Tech are now having a falling out. He's saying, "You haven't been to my channel in months, lol." He says lol, but really what he's saying is my feelings are hurt. Okay. Time out, guys. You can move this offline. You're bringing the chat down. Although I do love the drama. I need to get some popcorn for this. How about liquid nitrogen cooled? Definitely an option. Peltier cooler, also an option. Water cooling is honestly, water cooling is a pretty good option for if you need a certain temperature range. Arguments are best in public. Lost in Tech stopped participating in Twitter, and now he needs to do his public arguments somewhere else. What a shame. Okay, let's see how battery's doing. Okay, 35%. We're charging up. Okay, back to the build. We are pretty much all good here. I need to run my filament out somewhere. I assume the filament comes out maybe the back of the printer. It's not obvious where that's supposed to go. Does anyone know where the filament Bowden tube thing is supposed to go on this? Or I'm just going to run it out the back. This is the Bowden tube that comes with the printer. So let's just attach. Alright, let's fire this puppy up. I think it's time to do some software configuration stuff. Alright. Come on, now it doesn't close all the way. What do we do? Oh, there's a piece of filament in the door. Okay, so this is our first problem here. You can see the screen is upside down, and it's also not good. It's supposed to be like displaying something for me. You know what I mean? Tape the doors shut? That's a good idea. No, they're good. Ah, gosh, this is not good fit and finish. Okay, this door works pretty good by itself. This door works pretty good by itself, but when they close together, they are catching right here. So what that means is I need to loosen these up and see if I can float the door back a little bit. So just loosen those all up. We'll push this to the side and tighten it. There we go. And again, this is something you want to be relatively close. But when there's some thermal expansion, that's actually going to cause there to be a poor door closing experience. So I do want to have a little bit more margin built in there. Worst case, I can bust out the sandpaper or the Dremel. Oh no, I made it worse somehow. I'm trying to stay positive here, guys, but this printer's making it real hard. Come on. Let's go. Now that's getting caught on the bottom because this thing is sticking out a little bit. I don't like this door. I'd prefer just a big panel that I can stick on the front. Like I just grab two handles and pull it all off and then replace it with magnets. If you can't do a well executed closing door like this, then just do something else. You gotta think outside the box. Okay. It's time. Let's connect to this thing and mess with the clipper config. Gotta bust out my Windows PC, or Windows laptop. Yeah. Gohan sounds like he's good at the config stuff, so I'm excited that he's in the chat. But if you have to go, don't let me hold you up. Fridge door mod. Okay. This is the 4th stream. Nathan breaks robots. The key to doing it right is to not do it wrong in the first place. Follow for more pro tips. Wow. That's so intelligent. I'm pretty happy with the way it's closing now. It's a little tight at the bottom. There's a bit of a gap at the top, which I do like. I want there to be a little gap. Because that means I have some room for thermal expansion, and I'd rather have slightly poorer ceiling than a door that doesn't close easily. Okay. You guys didn't catch my password, did you? Alright. Anyways, let's connect to this thing over the network. And then I also want to like SSH. So before I switch over to my offline network, I'm going to download, what was it, Putty on here. What's the other one? There's Putty and then there's WinSCP. I think I have Windows SCP on here. Maybe that's on my MacBook. I have something else. I'll get WinSCP. Alright, I'm gonna read comments and get a snack. I'm at that point where I need a snack. Otherwise, things are gonna get, get a little grumpy sounding, and I don't like that. Alright, so I'll be right back. It's snack time. Oh jeez, we're fine. Alright, we're back. So, Zombie, what's your secret to streaming and eating at the same time? Do you have like a mini fridge under your desk? I think that's got to be the trick. Someone's asking about positron. I heard positron only takes about 8 hours to build. I don't know if that's a lie. That sounds too good to be true. But, you know, it's an unenclosed printer, and it's got some custom machined parts to cut down on assembly time, so... Oh, Pex Peppers. That's Zombie's secret? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna set up WinSCP so I can, like, do some terminal stuff on here. Ah, bearded printer and Taco Bell. You know what? I could go for some Taco Bell right now. How does he handle all the diarrhea though? Like on stream? You might have to, you know, maybe he has a toilet that he sits on. Oh, maybe that's what he's using that big vase that I gave him for. That'd work pretty nice for that. Oh, Zombie Hedgehog apparently has a functional body. Well, look at you, fancy pants. Okay, just installed Windows SCP, or WinSCP. Alright. And we're going to go switch over to this network, because I don't know if you can see this, but I can't do anything with this printer without controlling it through the online control panel. You know, when you go to the IP address of the printer. And come to think of it, this printer isn't even hooked up to the network without, like I need to plug an Ethernet cord into it. Oh man, that's annoying. So now I have to run an Ethernet cord over to this and plug it in so that I can access it. And all my Ethernet cords are like really short, so I have to move some things around here. That's alright, that gives me a minute to catch up on the comments. Say hi to all the lovely people in chat right now. So does Zombie eat on stream, or do you just like eat beforehand? Oh, KFC. Lawson Tech does KFC. Nice. You know, I once had KFC in Kentucky. You know, it's called Kentucky Fried Chicken. But it wasn't, it was actually not very good. You would think that if they were running a store in Kentucky and it's called Kentucky Fried Chicken, they would take a little pride. But that wasn't the case. Zombie Hedgehog is lecturing us about how much seasoning we use. I don't know how to I don't know how to make people mods. Sorry. Herzelnurk is modding it up right now. K2 Kevin is from Chicago. I used to live around there. Yes, Zombie gave me the banana for Banana Fund. I was hoping he mysteriously made a banana appear somewhere in my office, but that's not what happened. Whoa! How did he do that? I think Zombie just hacked into my stream and added himself as a mod by paying for a banana. Okay. Zombie has a two-step process to eating on stream. First he stays hungry for an hour, then like magic, Taco Bell shows up, Uber Eats. Nice. That's a great idea. I saw Kevin's comments. Which ones specifically? Can you also share your screen while you're on cam so we can follow along? You know, that's way too much technology for this production that we've got going here. But here's what I can do. Oh, yeah, I can share the screen on the, like when I'm doing the Mac or the Windows stuff. But see, you can see the reflection right here. And now it's right side around because my screen is mirrored. Wait. Right, like that. That should do it. Does that work? Maybe not. But yeah, I'll share the screen in whatever way I can when I start doing the config stuff. I know that gets tricky. Well, Lost in Tech is asking where the Taco Bell diarrhea thing is from. Well, that's a story for another day. That involves me having to pay a security deposit on an apartment after I left. Ooh, IKEA hot dog. That's a great idea. But Zombie, he's being so generous. I don't know where he gets all of his streamer cash from. I need to give some back via Patreon so I can get access to the zombie mods. Don't you have like a minimum donation on your Patreon, Zombie? Like you have to give $5 a month or something to participate? I'm just curious how yours is set up. Oh yeah, this prints. It prints real nice. I just need to hook it up to the network. I'll do that right now. Okay, here we go. We'll just plug in the Ethernet back here. Alright, now I should be able to get on the internet. We'll flip the screen around so it's not mirrored, because I know that bothers you guys. You get vertigo and whatnot. Can you plug an Ethernet cable directly in from the printer to your computer and have it work? Because I have an Ethernet cable here. I wonder if I could just plug it straight in. I don't think that's how networks work. Windows is saying I need to restart the computer. Gotta love Windows updates. Alright, let's go to Windows, WinSCP. Alright. Now, how am I supposed to see what the IP address is on this thing? I have a couple IP addresses in my web browser history. That one's not it. That one's not it. I feel like it was 192.168.8 and 254 or something like that. It's probably on this other computer. So does anyone have any pro tips on how to figure out this IP address thing? Because I could try random numbers for a while, but that doesn't sound fun. I'm gonna get a better power cable plugged in here. Log into the router and check for a new IP or device. Oh gosh, that sounds boring, but I guess I'll have to do it. Okay. Okay, I think I'm gonna get onto the router. I wasn't connected to the right network. I'm still on my internet network, not my small Wi-Fi network. This should work. Here we go. All right, we're in business. Okay. I'm gonna get this all set up. Let's flip this around. Okay. Now we can see the stuff. So probably clipperscreen.config. Is that what I need to mess with? Looks like everything's commented out for the most part. There's also mainsail.config, printer.cfg. That's probably the this one has the most stuff. For those of you who don't know, this is like basically what determines the identity of your printer. Zombie, I didn't use Kaiua. I used so apparently the board, this thing, is LDO Nighthawk board, and apparently that comes pre-flashed with Clipper installed. And oh, Leviathan. Yeah, so that comes pre-flashed with Clipper, and then for the Raspberry Pi, I used a Raspberry Pi flasher system thing that it has like a built-in Clipper something. You know what I mean? I hope that clears things up. Install Kaiua. Okay, can I do that now? Okay. Let's do it. You still need to install Clipper Screen correctly, at least for this kit. Well, that's lovely. Alright, I'm going to get this plugged in so we can ensure power. Okay, so there's the printer, there's the computer. Is this acceptable? Okay, so I can go here. I can. How does this work? Is WinSCP broken? Crap, DaVinci Resolve is opening now. This is going to take forever. Yeah. Give me a minute. Okay. I think I need to restart Windows SCP because it looks like it crashed. Maybe changing networks caused it to crash. Or maybe Windows is just a crappy operating system. Close. Oh man, I love Windows. WinSCP is what you need. You need PuTTY to SSH. Oh, so Windows SCP can't PuTTY? Why can't Windows SCP serial communicate? I thought there was a terminal extension in Windows SCP, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. No, I'm thinking of FileZilla. Okay, well now I have to download PuTTY, is what you're saying? Wow, I love this user experience. I'm having so much fun. Just so that you all understand, this is not a good user experience. You know, it's like, oh yay, I have my printer. Now I have to download 10 pieces of software and know all these special access codes to be able to get into it. Wow. What I like about... okay, I'll stop reality shilling for a minute. Okay, so what do I need to do? Download PuTTY. You go to the PuTTY website and there's like 20 different like download things. Okay, let's see. Windows, why are there 3 different versions of PuTTY for Windows installers? I have a 64-bit, I'm pretty sure. They have the ARM64, x86 64-bit, and 32-bit x86. Wow. I'm so glad. This is clearly why Windows is the best operating system, much more so than Mac. Okay, so let's say I want to install the lights and I also want to put a screen cover surrounding on this touch screen. How would I do that? Okay, now I have to run the putty installer. I love how on my Windows PC I have to install like 10 pieces of software to do basic functionality. And it all involves going to some random website and downloading it. Sometimes you have to pay. And like you don't know if you're installing a virus or not. Because on Google sometimes people will pay for a placement above the legitimate software that you're looking for. Then you go to the software website and there's little pop-ups and banners for completely different like things, which might be scams. It's just insane. And now Windows is telling me I need to restart. No, I'm not going to restart right now. Stop telling me. Sometimes the screen just goes black and it's like, no, I'm restarting now, bye. Okay. Alright. We're almost to the point where we can actually start doing the frustrating part. Hi 3D Medic. Good evening to you as well. If this was the experience you're looking for, everyone would get a Voron. Yeah. I always close my eyes, hit the largest download button that is flashing. Yep. Alright. Okay, so now we're hooked up to the internet, the local network. I can get on here. Now, why doesn't... okay, bad question. Dumb question. Let's just go to... I just downloaded Putty. Alright, now I need to know the host name. Fortunately, it's right here. And then you have to know what port to connect to. The default is 22, so we're just going to leave that as is. We want to SSH. We want to save this setting as Voron TRIDENT VR. Save. Alright. Oh, what the heck? Host does not exist. WinSCP is still glitching out and won't close. Now we have to do Control-Alt-Delete, which is not very disability friendly. You know, you have to press 3 buttons at the same time. I have all this crap running on my computer. Holy cow. System 32 is taking up 32 gigabytes of memory for some reason. WinSCP. Let's shut it down. No, yeah, shut it down. End task. Okay. Now we want to do Putty again. And Windows is nice enough to just like flood. You know, they just flood your computer with news as if I care about your crappy articles on here. I don't care. Distracting me with nonsense. Okay. Load. Okay. Is that supposed to be it? 192.168.8.102. Yeah. That should work, right? Telnet. Open. Unable to connect, and instead of like taking me back to the previous window, it just crashes out and I have to reopen the program. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? You don't want Telnet. Oh! Tell me more. Okay. Their SSH connection? Ah, crap. Oh no. Is that gonna work? Oh, that doesn't work either. Someone explain to me what the hell is going on here. Serial? SSH? Oh, it's on SSH. Do I need serial instead? You want Telnet? Okay. Yes, they're both on the same network. I'm on the user interface right now on my browser. Okay. So 192.168. Oh no, I did HTTP because I copied it from my web browser, so maybe it doesn't like that. Then do I want to do Telnet or SSH? There we go. Okay. And then you have to know the password. This is insane. They don't tell you what the password is, but I'm pretty sure it's Pi and Raspberry. Forgot to say the magic word. I got in this time. Okay, now we can finally run the lovely software known as Kaiua, which is totally easy to pronounce. Whoever said yes, Telnet, I would just like to point out that you were wrong. I'm just doing SSH. Maybe you were right, I don't know. But, okay. Okay, here we go. You have front row seats to the figuring out what the heck is going on show. Okay, so yeah, it said Telnet, but it was selected SSH. Okay, so now I can write all these magical commands. Like you need to have knowledge dating back to the DOS era to figure out how to use this. So it looks like, is there Kaiua? I don't think I have Kaiua on this. There's no Kaiua here, right? I need to do the sudo apt get commands to install. Oh, you need to follow a guide? Ah. Zombie Hedgehog is coming in with the pro tips. Says it has a Nighthawk board so you can use USB. Well, I don't have internet on this wireless connection. So I'd have to drag and drop the download from using WinSCP or FileZilla. So where the heck is my Clipper screen is what I'm wondering. You need internet to Voron? What the heck is this? That's insane. Okay. I didn't get into this hobby to connect things to the internet. I got in this hobby to print things. You know what I like about my Creality printers? I've never hooked it up to the internet, and it works. I figure with a kit this expensive, the least they could do is all the frickin' electronics so that you can just plug it in. Like you do all the electrical connections and then, boom, everything's good. All they would have to do is provide an SD card with all the important stuff on it. Then why are you building a DIY printer? I can't get into that right now. Okay, let's just get this thing done. So I'm going to put the files on an SD card. Then I'm going to use Windows SCP to drag and drop the files onto the Clipper machine. I've already downloaded the thing that I need. Okay. As you can tell, I'm already having fun, and I'm about to have even more fun. This is the problem with letting a bunch of engineers and stuff design Clipper. You need to get your engineers to make everything really dummy proof. And why isn't this functionality built into the standard build of Clipper? Right? This should be built in. Okay. Okay. Thank you for automatically opening that and bringing that to my attention, Windows. Of course, since I plugged in a flash drive, I want to take control of my stuff. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay, now I can drag and drop stuff in here. So let me put the stuff, Kaiua Master. Do I need to unzip this before I put it into the thing? Alright. Kaiua Master goes into Documents. Alright, so now Caillou Master is here. Now I drag and drop this into here, yeah? Okay, now I guess Windows SCP has a terminal feature. Look at that. I got a terminal in Windows SCP. It's not as pretty as SSH, but it's got the information there. I can type in the things. Alright, so what do I want to do here? I have Windows SC, I have whatever on there now. Caillou needs the internet to work? What the heck are you talking about? Zombie, why does Caillou need the internet to work? Can you explain that one to me? No! Sudo apt get update, sudo apt install get y. What? Oh my gosh. I don't need to do updates. Erdu is offering to take the Voron from me. He's going to take it into Voron Protective Services. Okay, so what do I do now? What do I do? Can't I just drag and drop Clipper screen onto this bad boy? Oh my gosh. Zombie, tell me more about this Prusa that you repaired and what shop you're talking about. Formbot 2.4 kit in the same time frame followed. The guides written by the community is my only guide. I was waiting my serial to be issued. So this computer doesn't have internet right now. I could plug the this directly into the laptop and then log into the internet on this machine. Would that work? This is about proving a point that these printers are all useless when you don't have the internet. So what are you going to do when shit hits the fan and we're all forced to live out in the woods and evade the drones that are constantly patrolling and hunting us down? You're going to need something like the K2 Plus that just works without the internet. Okay, I'm going to have to take this to my house, which means I need to, like, you know, move this thing to get internet. Use the phone as a hotspot and connect both the phone and the Pi. Then you can install. I have a feeling that won't work. I just have a feeling. I don't know about that. Yeah, it does actually work. Your phone as a hotspot option, you can. All right, all right. Um, so I don't actually get very good cell reception in this building. And when you're using it as a hotspot, I think you can't use Wi-Fi as the hotspot, right? You use cellular service as the hotspot. Uh, you know, I had an easier time. Your phone data turns data connection into Wi-Fi hotspot. Yeah. Can we get the drawing of the internet situation? Well, basically, I'm on a like a professionally managed Wi-Fi network. So I can't figure out how to log into the internet with a machine like that. But the thing is that this is a pretty common scenario when you're working in a professional environment. You have restrictions on the type of wireless internet that you have. Sometimes you can't even have Wi-Fi. So how are you supposed to use a printer like this like in that kind of situation? And why would you want to force someone to use the internet to run and set up a printer? That the whole point of this kit is that they send you all the parts. So why doesn't it have the software already pre-installed and flashed onto the hardware instead of forcing you to DIY it like you're in the Stone Ages or something? You can do it without Kaiua. Isn't a printer? This isn't a printer for a professional workspace. Lol. You're bring the files to the network from outside on the proper channels. My Android phone can do Wi-Fi to hotspot. Interesting. The kit is a bomb for easy sourcing because it's a DIY printer. Well, part of that sourcing is the. I'm pretty sure Vorons could be cleared into a skiff. Well, you'd have to set it up. I'm sure there is a way to set this up without internet. But nobody has anyone written a guide on that? Should we attempt to run the installer and see if it works? If you wanted a pre-printed, oh, pre-configured printer kit, I could sell it to you. But the thing is it doesn't cost that much to include an SD card that has the same file flashed to it. Like every printer that a professionally run clipper machine like this or like that already has everything that it needs to be able to run. I think RatRig OS is what you're expecting, possibly. I don't know exactly how RatRig OS works. I set it up. That was my first clipper printer that I built, so the RatRig V minion. So it must have been easy, because I figured it out. You know what I mean? Would you want to? Why wouldn't you pre-flash then? Yeah, that's a question. Why wouldn't you pre-flash the firmware onto the printer since they know that they're giving you a certain set? Voron isn't a company. The kits are for sourcing. Software is still DIY. But why? I don't think he understands Vorons, lol. You built it? Yeah, I did. Honestly, it's your fault for reading the GitHub. You know, maybe if I read, I wouldn't be in this situation. I suppose it would be easier with a working internet. Yeah. Um, you know, I have internet. RatRig is a company that make it easy. Can RatRig please take over for Voron and do what they're, do their job for them? So if you build it, why didn't you flash it? I built this printer. I built my Ender 3s, and they just work. Docs LDO guides. Okay, Zombie is posting links. I guess now that he's a hotshot moderator, he's allowed to post links here. Okay, touchscreen setup. All right. We have to give Zombie credit for actually being useful. All right, RatRig equals job, Voron equals for fun. Okay, you have a strange definition of fun, but I'll let that slide. All right, so cable orientation is important. Okay, got that. Software setup. Clipper screen is one of the most popular ways of using a touch screen. To get Clipper, follow the setup instructions on this documentation site. Okay. Why isn't Clipper screen... why isn't Clipper screen... Oh, cool, I have an extra one of these. I cracked a couple of these, so I have an extra I can try and rebuild that. Maybe heat it up or something. Okay. Builds a DIY printer and complains he needs to do it himself. The whole point of sourcing this kit is so that they did some of the hard work for me. But I agree, they did do most of the hard work in terms of sourcing. But, like, you're going to provide a specific set of electronics. You know, like, when you get a frickin' Prusa and you build the printer, it comes with all the software pre-flashed to it, right? Because they know what kind of board you're getting, they know what kind of kinematics, they know exactly what the printer is, how it's set up. Clipper screen is not a necessary component to operate this machine. Oh, I'm sorry. What is this? What is this? Am I supposed to just leave it like that? Look, at least this one has the decency to give me Clipper screen. I'm liking this Thinker X400 more and more by the day because they took the part of building a Voron and made it easy. You know? Look at that. I opened the guide already. Why did I mount the screen upside down? I don't know. I should be able to flip it around in software, right? Like just tell it to flip 180 degrees or something. Okay, so the reason why that print failed is because I was running PETG on a PLA G code. So it's not the printer's fault, all right? Okay. You're trolling, you don't understand what a Voron is. Even Raspberry Pi can flip the screen. Yeah, I think we can flip the screen. The harder thing is to get Clipper screen working. So I'm going to follow the documentation on the Clipper screen website. Zombie Hedgehog, you can stop sharing the link, I opened it. This, then you go here. All right. Oh no, it's telling me to use Kayua. I want a manual install. Let's do it. Okay, so I'm gonna put that on my flash drive, and then get it on this computer. It's only 3 megabytes. One thing I love about Mac is that when you double click a zip file, it just extracts it so that you have a folder instead of like forcing you to download WinRAR or some crap like they do on Windows. Okay, so we're copying it over onto the flash drive, then we're going to open it or drag and drop it using Windows SCP so that we have all the prerequisite files, and then we're going to manually install this bad boy. Okay, 3D experiments. You know what Windows does when you double click a zip file? Oh, that's just kidding. That's here. You double click a zip file. It goes inside of the zip file, but it doesn't extract it. You have to extract, in order to do most useful things with the zipped contents, you have to extract it first. Okay, now time to put this on the... So I downloaded it on my MacBook. Now I'm going to plug it into my PC. It's going to automatically open up the contents of the flash drive I just plugged in and put it right in my face, because of course that's what you would want to do when you install a flash drive. I'm kidding, this is awful. It shouldn't be interrupting your workflow whenever you plug a flash drive in. That's ridiculous. Imagine you're in a game or something. You're doing some competitive Counter-Strike or something. Okay, Clipper Screen Master. We're going to drag and drop this into Documents. Okay, it's over there now. Clipper Screen Master. Won't let me do anything until I close that. We'll drag and drop Clipper Screen Master. Alright, so now we're transferring that file onto the Raspberry Pi. By the way, I want to tell you something about this X400. I wasn't a big fan of it until I got the product engineer to help me. Basically, I bricked this machine by randomly deleting files when it wasn't able to run my G-code. It couldn't have been a user error, just kidding, it probably was. But I bricked the machine. It wasn't able to do anything because I literally went into the files and was randomly deleting things and trying to replace them. And then I was able to use Balena Etcher to etch a copy of something onto this SD card. And he gave me instructions on how to flash this whole system to run, to do an automatic update off the internet. Nathan Bricks robots. Yeah, that might be true. But you only get better at fixing things by breaking them first. Okay, so now we've got Clipper Screen on the computer. Let's go to the next step. According to the documentation that is on the link that Zombie Hedgehog provided, go ahead and give him a subscribe. So, anyways, let's zoom in. So, okay. Oh man, I need to get the dependencies too? Holy cow, that's gonna take forever. If you see warnings in other UIs, ignore them until Clipper Screen finishes installing and Moonraker is restarted. Okay, it says run the installation script. Okay. Here goes nothing. No, this doesn't have autocomplete. That's lame. Clipper screen dash install. What does that mean? Command not found. Okay, I need to change the name of Clipper Screen to Master to Clipper Screen. I need to learn how to do that command. How to rename folder in Linux. MV command, which stands for move, followed by the old folder name and the new folder name you want to give it. Okay. MV Clipper Screen dash master. To Clipper Screen dash. Cool. Okay, so now we're ready at this point in time to run the installation script, I believe. How am I doing, guys? Bearded Printer, thank you for the donation. I bashed my computer in and out of frustration. I need a new one fund. No, I won't break this computer. I get my, I have plenty of other things to bash. I'll show you my prime suspect if I need to you know, if I need to bash anything, it'll be this guy right here. Yeah. Woo. um. Oh crap. What have I done? Sorry about that. No, we're all good. We're all good. Everybody calm down. Okay. Okay. Trying to catch him looking at comments. Hey, use Kaiua. I tried, sort of, half-heartedly. Okay, now we're going to run the installation script. I want to learn how to do this all offline. Because when shit hits the fan, you know, we're going to need to know how to do these things offline. So we need to do git clone. Okay, and then dot slash. No. Tilde dot slash. Clipper. Clipper screen slash scripts slash clipper screen dash install .sh. No such file or directory. What are you talking about? Permission denied. Okay. So I need to sudo. Okay. We trust that you've received the lecture from the local systems administrator. That would be me. Respect the privacy of others. Think before you type. With great power comes with great responsibility. Okay. Command not found. I might have mistyped something. Hold on. Let's try again. Clipper screen dash install .sh. I need to run this. Tilde slash dot. No, slash dot slash. Sudo dot slash. Oh, bash. It's running, bash. All right. Does anyone know how to use the computer? My printer is too something. Zombie, help me. You know. Only time I use the internet, I don't even have internet at this office. I'm streaming over pure force of will. Okay. Okay, I'm running out of battery here. want to do is run the clipper screen setup. We're at 19% battery. If I can't figure this out by the time the battery runs out, we're just giving up. Do a phone hotspot and share the internet and use Kua. I can't do that because I'm streaming on my phone. Sudo su. Kiao. Has its own command to change route. Okay, now what? Sudo rm rf. I'm not going to do everything you guys say because now we're at the point where I've gotten the computer to a state where you could brick my machine. So I'm only going to trust certain people with commands. Alright? Don't listen to Bearded. Bearded trolling. See, that's what I thought. See, I'm smart enough. I know what RM means. Okay. Okay, so now you're saying that I can run I can run /clipper screen /scripts /clipper screen -install.sh. Oh, no, we're already in the scripts file. So I can just run clipperscreen.sh /sudo./ Okay. How do I make this bigger? How do I make the font bigger? Do I have to decrease the resolution of my screen? /script name. ls-l? Is that an L or an I? The tab to autocomplete is nice. Bearded printer, imagine if I did that. It's an L. Okay, ls-l. Okay. What did that do? Hold on, let me turn off my grow light. It's too bright in here. Now we have nerdcore lighting. maybe even darker. We're at Sysad mid-level lighting now. Paul, thank you. Banana Bunch, in case to get you through these trying times, be your guide. You might have to chmod plus X the script first. Chmod plus X. Right click on the Windows bar, change settings, appearance, font settings. Okay. Where's Comic Sans? There we go. Is that better? I like this. This is fun. Okay, what else do I want? Cursor blinks. Underline. Wow. Colors. Can I change the color? Oh, show more fonts. Yes. Beautiful. Regular. Okay. Okay. ComicSans.ms. Oh, come on. Comic Sans MS. Comic Sans. How come I can't use Comic Sans? Does anyone know how I can get my Comic Sans going? Okay, so definitely need to chmod. Okay. Okay, anyways, let's get out of there. We'll figure out Comic Sans another day. That's a bummer. Okay, so chmod clipper screen dash install missing operand after. Okay, what's the operand? Chmod dash what? Chmod will change file folder permission so you can be allowed to do stuff. Okay. Plus X. Okay. Invalid mode. Chmod plus X. Space. Ah. Okay. Clipper screen dash install.sh. It should be there. Please do not run the script as root. Should we listen to it? // Good old Windows with its frickin' 1 hour battery life. What is this? Look at this. The battery lasts like an hour. Anyways, it says not to run that as root. Okay, exit root. Okay. Why does it say please do not? Okay, run it without sudo. Ah, yes. I can't install the dependencies. Alright, so I'm gonna have to take this thing to my house to get it on Wi-Fi. Because it appears there's no way to do this without internet. Am I missing something here? Fix missing. What do you mean? You need internets, yeah. Sudo equals run as root. Now say no. Okay, so I need to get these. I just need to download all of these packages. Can't they just provide all of these on the install file? Or better yet, like, send the machine out with this stuff already flashed onto it. I know it's possible because on this machine, they gave me an image of the whole system plugged into a micro SD card, and it flashed everything back to factory settings. Just ignore that print there. That's my fault. I was running a PETG filament as a PLA print. So all I can say is at least it extruded. It did its part. So where does that leave us? What is our solution here? Basically, I've discovered that there's no way to plug in a printer like this and put it together and have it work unless you have internet. So you basically have to have the internet. If you're building this in an area where you don't have internet, then you're out of luck. So yeah, that's just the way it is. So Voron needs to... No Vorons in the forest, exactly. I mean, look at this. My K2 has been printing this whole time, and I never had to connect it to the internet. I could have flashed it to an SD card that has those independences already. Okay, so I used... let me see. Pi configurator. Raspberry Pi imager. Okay, this. I used this. I put it on the SD card. I chose operating system. I chose specific purpose OS. I chose 3D printing. I chose mainsail OS. So why doesn't this have Clipper screen pre-installed on there? Because who doesn't want a Clipper screen? You know what I mean? Nobody wants this blinky terminal screen that doesn't do anything plugged into their printer. You don't want Clipper screen. Dancing for pennies. You like CYDs. I don't believe you. If you had a Clipper screen, you would like it. I'm pretty sure. What's a CYD anyways? Next time install Raspberry Pi OS Lite and then Kaiua. Okay, well I need internet to do Kaiua. You have 31 printers, dancing for pennies. What do you do with all those printers? Tell me. So, I'm going to ask the rat rig people if you can just run a rat rig without connecting it to the internet. Like if you just put it together, it comes pre-flashed with Raspberry Pi OS. You go to, my.local.raspberry-pi or whatever, or rasp.ratrig. It's running ratrig OS. Can you run one of those printers without connecting it to the internet? Because for me, that's important. Like you shouldn't have a dependency on the internet being there for you to be able to, plug and play whatever you've got. Because who knows if you're going to have access to the Wi-Fi. Yes, you can? Okay. Well, that sounds lovely. And maybe I should get a rat rig. What do you guys think? Can I run ratrig OS on this printer? You can do it on any Clipper machine? You should just get another K2. I don't think a lot of room for more printers. Yeah, fair enough. I have this butte over here. That's all I need. I was talking this printer up in my videos, but I actually do think it's one of the best printers out there. Or at least the best printer in my office. Just look at that. That nice polycarbonate. Okay. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take this to my house and run all the stuff to get everything installed and get Clipper screen running. Because that seems to be the only option that makes any sense. So I'm gonna take this home and run Kaiua. I'm in your Discord, just hit me up. Okay, thanks Dancing for Pennies. I might ask you for help later. All right, well, on that bombshell, I think I'm going to call it a day. I've got all this printing, so I'll be able to install all these parts onto the back side of this, and then I'll have the filtration system all set up. I'll route the PTFE tube. We'll get a front screen for this. There's a hole in the back that needs to be plugged. But then I think we'll finally have the Voron finished. Now, who do I think the Voron project is good for? Well, I think it's got to be great for retired people that are looking for something to do. Because this printer will give you the endless to-do list that'll make you feel like you have a job. Alright? I mean, I'm just a YouTuber and it feels like I have a job again. Just kidding. YouTubing is a job, so they say. Retired people with internet. Yes, you need to have internet. I did see a retired guy with like 10 Vorons at East Coast Rep Rap. That does make sense. Yeah. Whew. So, maybe next time we'll be able to get the printer running. Oh, well, the printer runs. I can log in and drag and drop files onto it. It's just, getting Clipper screen running. I need the internet for that. So we'll see what we can do. Thanks everyone for joining the live stream. I feel like we got a lot done today. I mean, I got the front and back panels on. I got the wires tidied up. I got the all these skirt pieces on. Maybe, yeah. I mean, it's causing me stress. So next episode I post is probably going to be this. I'm not sure when they want me to get the video on this out. It's either going to be this one or this one. This printer I finally got working again. I just need to make sure my slicer's set up properly so I can run prints. This one is the FlashForge Adventure 5X. It's got a little multicolor system built into it. We've got 4 little inputs there. And yeah, this thing's really interesting actually. I was looking at it, looking at all the specs. Basically, it's a high-speed Core XY open frame printer that's based on the Adventure 5M. But it's got really fast print speeds. It does multicolor. Ignore the bottom. I unplugged the fan for a little while, so it was running without part cooling for that bottom half. But the top half is like, what you can expect in terms of print quality. Let me see if this works better. So multicolor, high-speed printer, and the entire package here costs $3.99. What's interesting about that is if you look at the price for just the CMS, just this by itself is $300 or $350 MSRP. This entire printer is $3.99, so you're paying like an extra $50, and instead of getting a multicolor system, you get a multicolor printer. And the cool thing about it is it's all it's all one unit, so you can pick it up and move it around pretty easily. Oh gosh, I made a mess. So you can pick it up and move it around pretty easily. It's got this little automatic spool retraction system. It's got this, which I think is pretty similar to a Prusa MMU, but it has 4 Bowden tubes coming up out of the top. So yeah, and it's really fast. There are some cons to it, so I'll talk about that in my review. But basically, it's a lot of multicolor printer for your money. So yeah. There's my little purge block. It's got probably the best poop chute system I've seen so far. Whoa, I just pulled the front off. Oopsie. It's probably got the best poop chute system I've seen so far. It like pushes this and that like flings the poop away. It's actually extremely effective. So it's probably one of the most reliable poop chute systems. I haven't really taken a close look at what Bamboo Lab does, but just the way that it manages it and then flicks it away is gotta be very reliable. Got an SD card. I mean, USB drive. I mean, it is kind of tight clearance there. You gotta plug it in right next to the spool, but that's not that big of a deal. So yeah, that'll be pretty fun when I take a look at that. Anyone have any questions about that, or this? Or maybe this, because we've spent plenty of time looking at this. It's been quite a journey. Plus, I got a huge backlog of footage that I gathered in Europe. I went to the Prusa factory and the Rat Rig factory. I was just kind of going on a tour of all that stuff while I was over there. It was very fun. Holy. Okay. I want to see that. I've heard of it. Damn, price is coming down. Yeah. This is it's the cheapest multicolor system because it's got those, it's all built into the frame, so they're not having to pay to build an extra box to contain everything. they're just sticking the entire multicolor system on the side of the printer, which is like very efficient in terms of packaging, but also you don't have to build an extra object to get those multicolor capabilities. So it's a pretty good idea. Now, there was an Adventure 5M before this that was like the same thing except not multicolored. And then there was also the 5M Pro, which was basically the same frame, but it was extremely quiet and had a good HEPA filter built into the system, and it could recirculate the air and get really good filtration. So that was one of the few printers that I could run without smelling it. I really like that printer. Yeah, this one is a little bit loud, and they changed the hot end design, so it's not like the quick nozzle change system anymore. But we'll go into all those details when I do my review video, which should be, I'm not sure when they want it to come out. Have I messed with the Qidi 4 Plus? No. They have like a denialist approach to their engineering issues. Like they're like, oh, that's not a problem at all, even though it's clearly an electrocution hazard. Under the right circumstances, someone might die. Ha ha ha. I mean, I don't know if that's my impression of it. They didn't have like a lot of safeguards in place. They had their the solid state relays were overheating on the first units that they sent out because they didn't test them on 110 volts. So yeah, I mean, they downplay a lot of issues that they have, which I'm not a big fan of. They did eventually fix that, but it's like, you know, before you hundreds of a printer and ship it out to people, you should have those issues sorted out. And they had one issue before that. So but I won't get into that right now. So do reverse Bowden tubes matter? I don't think it needs it. Like you can see, this is how all the filament runs. It looks kind of like an Atari logo. It's pretty efficient and streamlined. And the retraction amount is so small that even, like, see this filament, it's not actually retracting properly because of the way they built the system. But this is what it looks like when it's retracted. It just pulls back a little bit, and it's actually have it pop off the reel. Same with this one. This spool's almost full, but even when it retracted and it didn't, move back like it's supposed to because it doesn't exactly fit on here super well, it worked fine. The system is designed and tuned for this specific internal diameter, which is their brand of filament. But I'm thinking that you could probably print out an adapter piece that would make them all compatible with this, if you really wanted it. But I've been running it, and it hasn't been an issue. The retractions just get kind of captured in the little area here, because it's only like a quarter turn or less of retraction. So it's not really ending up being an issue. Reverse Bowden tubes matter. NVIDIA syndrome. Burn, we'll figure it out later. Okay. Did he get the Voron printing? I had to drive home from work and he left off trying to manually install Clipper stuff. I've printed with this Voron previously, so it works. The only thing is I want to get this Clipper screen working. So I think what I'll do offline is I'm going to take this, put it in my car, take it home, get it on my home Wi-Fi, get Clipper screen working, and then we'll pick up where we left off and run a proper print. Run something big that'll take, maybe an hour or two of print time. We'll check out all this stuff, and that'll give me enough of an idea about this machine to make a video about it. Honestly, this machine was such a big time sink, I don't think it was a good use of my time. But, it's a meme, doing the Voron thing. You got to do the Voron thing to be a real member of the 3D printing community. You got to experience the pain of not knowing if your printer's going to work at the end of the day. And then when you're finally done, it works pretty good. All right. So, we all good? I think I'm about to end the stream. Thanks everyone for watching. It's too bad that we couldn't get all that working, but I think we can figure it out another day. Just one more stream. One more. When's the next stream? I'm not sure. I have a lot of stuff to do that I've been, like, I get in my office and I'm like, okay, time to work on some stuff. I get a little bit done and then I'm like, okay, you know, let's do a Voron stream. And then it ends up taking, I don't know, 5 hours or so. But we'll get it next time. You guys believe me, right? We'll get it next time. Just get that clipper screen running, get the cover put onto the thing right there, put the filter system on the back, and I think that'll be it. That'll be 100% completion. Oh, I'll bring some bananas. Good idea, Polymorph. Let me get Gwen Stefani. Uh-oh. What she does. Yeah, and then I also need to figure out how to attach these handles. It doesn't look like there's any logical way to put them on because you can see they don't line up with the slot. Anyways, we'll figure that out later. Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for joining. Those parts are going to finish up. And, yeah. Good old K2 Plus. This isn't a K2 Plus ad, but it sure feels like it. Alright. Okay, see you everyone.